off the mark straight away. Bangladesh, that is, with a leg by. And that man has been good in the field, hasn't he? Ruston Chase backward of point and off his own bowling too. We've seen some magnificent catches. And the wind is up. Strong wind here at Warner Park. How do the players utilize that? Alzari starting round the wicket for this left-handed pair. And for Saka, there's an additional slip fielder. Atta Ali Khan alongside me. Good morning, Atta. The importance of this game, not only from points standpoint, but also as Bangladesh look ahead to the Champions Trophy in a few months' time.
Yeah, it'll be great for them if they can eke out a win here. Once again, batting first. No surprises there. West Indies feel that they can go and chase. They want to see a target in front of them. But important, really important for Bangladesh to have a good start. They made 3 changes, Bangladesh. 4 to West Indies. Bit of a surprise for me. They've left out Tanzit Hassan Saqib. Because I thought he bowled really well, especially in the power play. And then we all saw what he did with the bat, with that record-breaking partnership with Mohammad Mahmudullah. Certainly a surprise for me not to see him in the 11. So taking out 3 seamers and the... Oh, dropped! Straight forward. And Shumo Shaka survives.
Yeah, Brandon King, that really should have been taken. That came down at a really good pace for him, not too quick. It was a defensive stroke. Good bounce from the surface, and that would have been the ideal start for the West Indies. That's a push, really. Yeah, that is in the bucket, in and out. A lot of time, looked at it all the way, and then at the last moment, couldn't hold on. Yeah, not what you want to see as a bowler. And for the more attacking Tanzit, there's only the solitary slip. So they've sort of fortified the offside. Good length from Alzari. Tempting that drive from Saka. Good edge. Almost a wicket in the first over. Not quite. Still 1 delivery left. Still another delivery left.
Yeah, we saw what Jaden Seals did with the new ball in that last and the second one-day international. There was evidence of movement. There was swing available and pitched in the right area. We spoke about it during the pre-show. Yeah, this his line and length very smartly in that second one-day international. Hardly give anything away to the batters.
Almost, but not quite, from a West Indian standpoint. 3 without loss. He has to put that drop catch behind him, Brandon King, and focus on the next one that comes his way. And so too Alzari Joseph. He's been in the news recently for some of the wrong reasons. So it's easier said than done to shelve those experiences. But he's the leader today with the ball. And a few fans in quite early to see the first ball of the contest. These are the real diehards. And this is a memorable moment for this man. Jediah Blades had a wonderful Super 50 2024, picked up some 14 wickets in 5 matches. A best of 4 for 46 against Jamaica. Has the ability to swing the ball back into the right-handers, away from the left-handers. Really a threat, a potent threat at the top of the order with the new ball in hand. First ball in international cricket for him. Really good start. No doubt there would be some nerves, and getting that first ball out of the way would be important prior to the start of the match, receiving his cap from Floyd Reefer. Yes, all smiles for the 22-year-old. And look at that Super 50 record. So it's just reward for someone who has done well and looking to showcase his talent here at the big stage. And play and a miss. Another one of those debutants at Ali Khan. We saw Makino Minley in the second ODI. Today it's a couple him alongside Amir Jangoo. It's good to give these youngsters opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. Why not? And he should enjoy bowling in these conditions because of the breeze blowing across from left to the right of the screen. Assist the ball to go and move away from the left-handers, 2 left-handers in the middle. He looks good. Really nice approach to the crease. And he's getting the ball to swing away from the left-hander.
Just over the top. Deliberate from Sumiasaka. His first boundary.
Yeah, if it comes good, it looks good. Remember, he tried a similar kind of shot in the last ODI here when he got out, straight down the throat at mid-on, I think. But this was nicely struck, getting the pitch of the delivery and then playing it over the top. Look at that. Look at the breeze. They should assist the bowlers from both ends.
Just perhaps overcompensating. A little fumble down there allows them to get 2. Made his first-class debut this season as well. Jediah Blades, 19 wickets in 7 matches. He plays for the CCC and the West Indies Academy, so he has some success under his belt in the recent past, so confidence should be high. A good length. He also played against South Africa earlier this year when South Africa were here for that test series in Trinidad and Tobago. Played in that game for the West Indies Championship 11. Nice relaxed approach, really chest on, front on. Look at the seam position as well. And no doubt as he goes through his career, there will be some adjustments. There will be a lot of persons trying to deconstruct that. Some aggression too. 9 without loss. Lean run for Litton and Afif. Mamadullah has been sparkling. They'll need contributions from all of their players. I just wonder what that batting lineup will be. Mehedi beneath Mamadullah on that card. Is that something you'd want to see Mamadullah being given a promotion, Atta?
Yeah, absolutely. Why not? Because he's the one who's already picked up a couple of 50s, and we all know he enjoys batting here. He simply loves batting at this venue, Warner Park. Why not? Why not send him up the order? Now, I would love to see him bat at number 4. Because Leighton is going through a lean patch. Afif in and out because he looks good, but it doesn't carry on.
In the air, this should be taken. Sheffield Rutherford calls. And he completes the catch. So success for Alzari Joseph. Almost had one in the first over of the innings, but he has one now. Early strike for the West Indies.
And it's a big wicket of Tanzid Hassan, because he was the one in form. It's a good, well-directed short pitch delivery. Got a little bit high, came a little bit quicker than he anticipated. Bottom part of the bat, and an easy one for Rutherford to hang on to it. Gone for naught, 9 for 1.
A real struggle in the series for Liton Das, with scores of 2 and 4 so far. Really good stuff from Alzari Joseph. A couple of short deliveries to start the over, showing that aggression and hostility.
Liton Kumar Das also had his struggles against the short pitch deliveries. So not a bad idea to bowl the first ball short and straight. Now that's the dismissal. Just couldn't go latch onto it. Thought maybe it was a little bit too close for him to attempt to play that shot.
Edged and taken. So his barren run continues. Success again for Alzari Joseph. They're loving it. He's loving it. Everyone is loving it. Wonderful double wicket strike in the third over. West Indies on top. Das goes.
It's a wide delivery. Look how wide he's attempted to play that shot. That is a poor shot. This time he hangs on to it. Brandon King. Want to know what this is turning out to be? He's picked another one. Liton goes for naught. 9 for 2.
What a start by the West Indies. The captain comes out to the middle, Mahdi Hassan Miraz. Certainly not what he expected. His introduction into the innings in the third over, short and wide, and nothing delivery really. Only his second delivery chases after it. Brandon King makes amends from an earlier drop. Utilizing the conditions well. Alzari Joseph, away swing to the right-hander. How do you describe this dismissal, Atta?
Completely out of form. Not sure whether to play or leave it. First one was a short one. The other one was wide, should have been left alone. So many things go to the back of the batter's mind, who's been struggling with form with the bat. Very disappointed indeed.
Yeah, perhaps he should have done that with his dismissal. 9 for 2. Early wickets again for Bangladesh, proven to be their Achilles heel. And the captain spoke at the end of the last match, Arthur, about losing wickets early, one, not having enough partnerships, two, and then losing wickets in clusters, which doesn't help your cause, particularly if you're looking to set a total on a good pitch. Afif, Mamadullah, Jakir Rishad all can contribute with the bat, but they need someone or a pair to set that platform for those players later on.
Continues to bat at number 4, Mehdi Hasan Miraj. He got a pretty decent 70 in the first one international. That has been the problem, that has been the struggle. Now this is Tanzid Hassan. He knew he was in trouble. Short pitch delivery has worked in his favor. Because the plan would have been to attack him with short pitch delivery, because he's one of the players from Bangladesh who looked that he wants to take everybody on. He's very aggressive. Well, the plan now has worked in their favor once again in a spot of bother. They've lost 2 so early in this innings. They need to have someone to rebuild and try to garner a partnership. So Musharkar also not been able to convert his starts. He's still there. Just need to settle down now.
Yeah, good stuff from Jadiah Blades. Zari Joseph is next to Jadiah Blades at mid-on, and just before that previous delivery had a quick chat with him. So important that the senior players lend that support and encouragement for the youngster who's on debut. You can see the sprinkling of showers across there, nothing too concerning, at least not in the opinion of the umpires. Ground staff making their way across. What a shot. Just presents the face of the bat and gets it somewhere close to the middle. One bounce for 4 for Mehdi.
Yeah, cracking shot. It was wide. Was just a touch fuller. But important from Mehdi Hasan Miraj. He gets on top of it, right in the middle part of the bat. And it's flown one bounce to the boundary. That is a very good shot.
A confident way to get off the mark for the captain. The breeze that is quite strong here just blown away that cloud, so all good now. We've seen a couple left-arm quicks for the West Indies in the recent past. Sheldon Cottrell comes to mind. Just not something you want as a bowler, that front foot crossing that line and giving a free hit to the opposition. What does he do with this delivery then? Yep, confirmation there. Can't change the field, same batter on strike. Mehdi has a little glimpse down the leg side. It goes for 4. That is the price you pay when you present a free hit to the opposition. Mehdi doesn't miss out. I saw Obed McCoy here with the West Indies team, so someone who he can lean on for some information, being left-handed himself, Jediah Blades. But he's getting some good bounce. 20 for 2. Alzarri continues. 2 for 2 from 2. Good line, good length, good pace. Pitch continues to have good bounce and carry.
He's also getting a bit of a shape away from the right-hander. It's the same surface being used for all the one-day internationals. And looks really good, very good batting strip.
He wants another fielder catching in that gully region. Alzarri. And also want to maintain the leg side field, so there's a big gap through that cover region. Perhaps teasing Mehedi to look to score there and present a catching opportunity. Just like that. So he's given him the gap. If you want to score, feel free. And not too dissimilar to what Litton Das did not too long ago. Just flirting with danger there. And that's in the first one. Second one. And then the third. So that area outside off stump, that corridor, sometimes too wide deliveries, he can possibly look to leave alone early in his innings, has brought about his demise.
He's certainly getting the ball to move away from the right-hander. And he's bowling good pace. So once in a while he'll bring the ball back in. The last delivery was on stumps. He'll be targeting Madison Mirage to take the bait. And it is pitched a little bit wide. That's why he's got an extra slip in place, an extra gully. Couple of slips and a gully.
There again, this is top quality fast bowling from Alzarri Joseph. Not giving anything to drive. The length is good. And so to the line. And as you mentioned, Arthur, just a hint of away movement, using the wind direction as well. And the last time the West Indies had a clean sweep against Bangladesh was way back in 2014. In the last two bilateral series between these two teams, it was the reverse, Bangladesh sweeping the West Indies. In the gap, short boundary, straight, so that will race away for 4. Soft hands, and just between where those fielders are.
Yeah, at one stage it looked like the Roston Chase, who was fielding at point, was going to stand in the third slip area, but again not pushing at it, and it falls short. Now maybe not a bad idea to get him a little bit closer to that second slip fielder.
He did take a couple steps to his left, so he is a little bit closer now. Another play and a miss. Probing, testing, challenging over. 24 for 2. No hesitation from Shea Hope when he won the toss today to bowl first. Mentioned the conditions here for a 9:30 a.m. start. Usually some preparation moisture in there, and the bowlers get some level of assistance. Lots of work to do. And they were bowled out in the second ODI in 45.5 overs. So that's the first thing they need to do, look to bat all of the overs. Just the outer portion of the bat gets a single, but still looking to go hard if it's full. Shumosaka.
He's got to take a little bit more responsibility because there was a fielder at third. Couldn't go on to get close to that ball in the air. Look how wide this is. Again, toe end of the bat. Already lost 2 wickets. Bangladesh cannot afford to lose another one here.
Confidence from Mehdi Hassan. Very close to that boundary. One bounce. Saw the width and really slashed hard at that. That was a vicious shot from the captain. Almost going all the way.
Yes, the 3 boundaries or the last 3 boundaries has come in that direction. Square the wicket, short and wide. That's why Blades have decided to go round the wicket. Change of angles.
Better length and line that time. Had a couple 4-wicket hauls in that recent Super 50 Cup. Jediah Blades, 2 4-wicket hauls, 2 3-wicket hauls in those 14 wickets that he took.
This is the line that he should be thinking to bowl on a consistent basis because there is a bit of a shift. Oh, another one. So another free hit. Remember the last time it happened, Madison Mirage was on a strike. Same bowler, same direction to squares on the offside. Yep. He needs to get some part of that boot behind that white line.
Free hit to Mehdi. And again, he doesn't miss out. 1 bounce for 4. So the young man paying the price for overstepping again.
Yeah, only his first match on debut. Again, a slower delivery. Just takes the pace off the ball. But he's pitched it a little bit fuller one more time. And he leans back and smashes it over this time over the top of the cover fielder. Terrific shot from Madison Mirage.
Should be a couple. He has Alzarri Joseph not too far from him. We spoke about the seniority of Alzarri Joseph. But he has the other debutant on the opposite side, Amir Jangoo, so he has to figure things out quite quickly. All part and parcel of the international game. Yeah, what a Super 50 tournament he had. Looking forward to see him bat. Good end to the over. 36 for 2.
Alzarri Joseph. Back in the 11 today after missing out in the last game, has bowled superbly. Again, has had a chance to go down off his bowling, but his control of length has been good. Sort of picking up where Jayden Seales left off from the last game. Two slips in waiting, a fine leg, and a deep third. There is that deep third. Morning to Sir Curtly Ambrose.
Morning, Bish. Hello, everyone. 2 wickets was there with Joseph. The first one didn't get a hold of it. Easy catch in the end. And then Brandon King, who dropped him earlier, didn't make any mistake that time.
One of the things that Shea Hope will be looking at, it's good to see Jedediah Blades get a run out. He'll be nervous. He's been a little bit expensive. You can expect that from a young man making his international debut at times, but that drop catch, or dropped opportunity, comfortable if you're thinking about a slip catch. And that would be classed as perhaps the perfect opportunity. Made up for it, in a sense, later on. Six bowling option will perhaps be required by Shea Hope today. No Justin Graves because of a slight injury today, so whether they go to Rutherford or Alec Afanese, if needed, only time will tell. Their specialists with the ball would be Blades, Alzari, Gudakesh Moti, Romario Shepherd and Ruston Chase. So with Blades being a little expensive, if they need to make up any overs along the line, we saw Shafane Rutherford with an over or two in the England series. Maybe Alec Afanese. Casey Carty at times has turned his arm over, less so in the last season or two.
That is why Justin Graves is so important to this lineup. He gives you that depth in the bowling department. 37 for 2. Romario Shepherd into the attack from the media center end. Replacing Blades, who had 3 overs.
Work for Amir Jangoo, who sometimes would don the gloves behind the stumps. ODI debut for him, the man from Bournes Road in St. James, Port of Spain, Trinidad, after a Super 50 tournament. Averaging over 80. A member of the Queen's Park Cricket Club in Trinidad, also played for Merry Boys Cricket Club in Diego Martin in times past. Over 400 runs in the Super 50. Went to the Queen's Park Cricket Club clinic from the age of 6. And pays great homage to His dad, who was a softball cricketer, wind ball cricketer in Trinidad, for always taking him along and starting his cricket journey. Nicholas Puran has had an impact, as well as Riyad Emrit, the former Trinidad and Tobago all-rounder, now coach. That's clever. We're yet to see the best of Shumoshaka in this series, but he is a talented player.
Picked up the length very early and didn't try to muscle it, just helped it on its way. That was clever. We haven't seen that much swing, Bish. You're seeing some seam movements, but in terms of swing, there's not a lot on offer.
And for Shepherd, you talk about that swing, where in the first game, certainly when he picked up 3 for 50-odd, he bowled largely from the Lozak Road end, which is the opposite end where the wind facilitated that away movement. He started bowling from this media center end in the previous ODI and then switched. So I think they would have likely wanted him to come after Alzari, ideally from the Lozak Road end, but Blades has gone for a few runs. So he's been forced into the attack from this media center end. 43 for 2. And the additional thing is that they want Roston Chase to be bowling certainly from that end with that wind direction. He hasn't bowled. He spoke this morning to Nikhil and he talked about hardly, well, not hardly bowling, not bowling as much in the series as in times past. If the right-hander goes after him, it'll be hitting into the wind to the leg side.
Yes, Rossi.
He's a good utility player, Roston Chase.
Get it now. Shut.
Looks like good work from Shepherd that may have saved a run. Run 3.
Could have gone anywhere. Good work by Shepherd. Heard Roston Chase speaking to Nikhil this morning, talking about the amount of work he put in all aspects of the game. Fielding, batting, bowling, loves to field at backward point. I said if you only have to choose one, you choose batting.
Oh, for sure. for absolute sure. He's a good team man, Ruston. He says his role changes from series to series, every couple of series. And I'm sure he would like a more solidified batting position rather than perhaps floating in the different formats that he plays. Nothing settles the mind in knowing that tomorrow's game I'm coming in at number 4 or number 5 or wherever it may be, rather than dependent on circumstances. But he acquiesces to it for the team's perspective. 46 for 2. Commendations to the ground staff here at Warner Park for the work that they've put in. They've gone to this strip for the 3rd game in a row. The previous 2 have been ideal entertainment. There he is again, Ruston Chase. Saving runs in that position as well as taking catches.
He's been excellent in that position throughout. Saved a lot of runs. Took some good catches as well. And that's a crucial position to be. Teams always tend to get their best fielders in that position. Backward point, gully area, short mid-wicket, short square leg, those areas. And Ruston Chase certainly fits the bill.
It wasn't always thus with Ruston Chase in the initial years of his international game. It has been a constant improvement to where now it has peaked over the last couple of seasons. He's become solid in his catching and ground fielding and a leader in his own right in the team and in other aspects.
There he goes again. He has made that backward point position his own, Bish. I don't think anyone in the team would argue with that. See, that's where you and I feel at third man and fine leg, Bish. We were competent enough to feel that backward point.
I'm gonna make a joke and say, speak for yourself, bro. Every time I see these costumes, I think of Danny Morrison.
I'll tell you something, Bish. I am the only West Indian slip fielder to have 100% catching in the slips. 1 from 1. Glenn McGrath caught Ambrose.
It was a
Ian
lob.
Bishop.
It was a lob.
No, Bish.
Lob.
No, Bish. Lob with your pace?
And you were never in there again. I remember that lob. My God, stats can be twisted in any shape or form. Power play complete. 46 for 2. About in keeping with the way things have gone here at Warner Park. Tourist ships are in, there are 3 of them in the harbour. Good for the economy of this wonderful federation. 55 for 3 in the previous game after the first power play, 58 for 2 after the first power play in the first game. Can Shumosaka get a big one today? It's a lovely shot. No hundreds for Bangladesh in the international games on this tour yet, either test matches or ODIs. The conditions here deserve one. This is their highest dot ball percentage, Bangladesh, in either of the 3 power plays across the 3 games, including this one so far. 68%.
It hasn't been the best of first power plays for both teams. Tend to accelerate as the innings progress. Very colorful. Christmas is coming, and it's also carnival time coming up here in St. Kitts Nevis. So it's double celebration.
Catch! On!
51 for 2. And during the T20I series at Arnoursville, so pick your tickets up. Additional entertainment. Again, for the second time, Shumosaka has played that delicately, skillfully, and effectively for 6.
They are loving it. Shortish delivery from Shepherd. And that was delicately played. All the way for 6. Now something for Romario Shepherd to think about.
Hold this right now.
Maybe
Hold it.
may have to make a slight adjustment. Probably go a little bit closer. Or closer to the body to take away that particular shot.
And that's part of the reason why he's coming round the wicket to Shumosaka, who's getting some repairs on the spike of his boots, just tightening 1 or 2 of them. With the short ball, he wants him, if he's taking it on, to hit it into the wind, to the leg side, where he has got a fine leg and a deep square leg, hoping the wind would hold it up. But Shumo has been clever and skillful so far in not taking on the pull of the hook. Mentioned it's a surface that West Indies have already had 100 from Shilfane Rutherford. In the first ODI, conditions are deserving of someone getting set and capitalizing. It's been a while since Bangladesh have had a 300-plus score. Post the 2023 World Cup, they haven't had any. .68-meter touch from Sumusaka, as we mentioned before, leading run scorer in the Global Super League for Rangpur Riders. 188 runs, 86 in the final in Guyana.
Very, very hot here at Warner Park in St. Kitts. No short of support.
$60 for 2. No Nahid Rana, Shariful out, Tanzim Hassan Saqib is out, Nasum, Taskin back, Hassan Mahmood back, Mamadullah in excellent form, Afif has shown good touch without kicking on. West Indies themselves have made changes. If you just joined us, no Justin Graves and Evan Lewis because of injury. Marquino Minley and Jaden Seals are out. But still a game that both teams, and more so the West Indies, will be looking to try to get points from because of where they're situated on the ICC table and looking for automatic qualification for the 2027 World Cup, to find a way to give playing time to others around the squad while still being able to win. I know that there's been talk about maybe they could have chosen this morning to set a total. Given their identity, Ambi, is that of a chasing team with the bowling still a work in progress. That's where they are. Closing in on Bangladesh, and that's why they started, I think, on 72 or 73. Up to 76 points. Bangladesh started on 85, so reduced a little bit. So that's where the battles are, and why it's still important for them to win, even though they've won the series.
Very, very important to keep getting points. The last thing West Indies would want is to have to try and qualify for that World Cup. Again, remember we had to do that and didn't make it. So they don't want to go through that again.
Oh.
13 overs gone, 60 for 2.
Steady it goes for both and for Bangladesh at the moment. Run rate just over 4.5. And they've got wickets. They've got Mamadullah, who's been in good form at times. Jakir Ali Anik. They'll want Afif, if he gets in, to acquit himself well. There's Obed McCoy, who's here practicing, and I'm sure looking forward, I'm assuming, to the T20. He's lost some weight, actually. When I saw him this morning, I thought, wow, he's slimmed down a bit. He's looks trim and fit, which is something that he's been struggling with, his general fitness in recent times. When I saw him this morning, wow, he looked in top shape. And as was mentioned before, I'm sure Jediah Blades, who's made his debut, a fellow left-arm seamer, they'll be having conversations with James Franklin as well, left-arm seamer bowling coach. We'll be off to St. Vincent, homeland for Obed next. Sure, they'll be looking forward to getting Gudakesh Moti into the attack. He got a couple of wickets in the last game. He's been economical, as our analyst has told us, one of the most economical bowlers in the middle overs in this 2024. Down to fine leg and 6. There was that man Moti hovering underneath it down there briefly for a minute.
I thought for a second he was going to go down the float of Gudakesh Moti at fine leg, but eluded him and went over the ropes for 6.
Short boundary straight here at Warner Park, as most of you know. But this is a good, solid partnership for Bangladesh. 50, 60 of 69. What they want is for this to kick on to something more significant from the top order. There's too much work done by Mamadullah and Tanzim in the last game on that record 8-wicket partnership. Can they get upwards of 290, over 300 Bangladesh? They've got a little platform, 69 for 2.
Wonder if he got maybe just a feather on that. Shea Hope's reaction looked disappointed, but never easy to anticipate. As I say, good morning to Mally Richards.
Good morning, Nick. Yeah, just a bit of glove there. Would have been a good take from Shea Hope. Call that a chance? Not so sure. The first time we're seeing Chase actually bowl in the power play in this series.
Get him!
Only 7 overs before this game, but will certainly have a bigger role to play, with the West Indies having just the 5 frontline bowling options.
Get him!
There's been a lot made about the versatility of Rust and Chase. As we see that tough chance down the leg side. Good movement to recognize by Hope.
Get him! Oh.
a bit of glove there. Something you see from Roston Chase, quite tall, the ability to get that extra bounce.
Oh, yes, Chase, boy. This is excellent, Chasey, boy.
Good tight bowling from Roston Chase, 72 for 2.
Amir.
Sounds like a winner to me.
Always great to see people here at Warner Park. Got a large population in St. Kitts. Have to always take that into context, but Gudakesh Moti into the attack from this pavilion end. Bowled his 10 overs consecutively from this end in the second ODI. Allowed Shea Hope to then shuffle his pacers from the other end because of his consistency and how economical he can be.
Yeah, only conceded 36 in that quota of 10 in match 2. Picked up 2 wickets as well. Would have been happy to get back in the wicket column. Bit starved for wickets over his last few ODIs. But he's a banker for skipper Hope. You pretty much know what you're going to get from a Gudakesh Moti. Been quite consistent, steady. Been a good performer so far. Good batting that from Saka. Much better innings for him here, 31. Only 19 and 2 in the previous 2 matches. And in partnership with skipper Mahedi. Looking very good. They're going to need to go further. Go deeper, set a platform for Mamadullah to come in. We've seen him come in where he's had to try and repair the innings, soak up pressure.
Important innings this for Shoma Shakar actually. When he made his return back into the team in 2023, September, it was a few felt that, you know, the team should have gone in a different direction with maybe someone new. But he really has proven himself and shown what he brings to a team. You think back to his 169 against New Zealand on his return, 68 against Sri Lanka earlier this year, starts against Afghanistan, 33, 35, 24. And then this series, this is the innings where he's in the runs. Authoritative from Mahedi, but it's important for him with the Champions Trophy around, and also Bangladesh trying a few different opening combinations this year with Animal Haq and Litton at the top of the order. For him to cement his place in the team and continue to build, averaging close to 40 since he's been back into the side. He's put down on 0 today. We'll want to make full use of that luck. 79 for 2. It's been much needed partnership for Bangladesh. Both teams, time for a break, a Blue Waters drinks break. Mid-on was up, so very smart and aware from Shoma Shakar.
Not afraid to take on these short boundaries straight. Something I want to see more of from these Bangladesh batters. Just in the slot there from Ruston Chase, allowing a free swing. Just needed to make solid contact, and he did. Saka continuing to grow nicely into his innings now. His partnership 76 and counting.
Tactic we've seen from Shai Hope, especially when his spin has been in operation, where he keeps an extra fielder inside the circle. He's allowed 4. He had mid-on up that time, with Chase potentially trying to bowl the wide line to the right-hander to stay away from the arc. Went a long way, 88 meters, says the Apex shot tracker. First time in history, you know, the Apex shot tracker has been incorporated into a cricket game, so historic.
Here with this partnership of 76, it's important from a Bangladeshi perspective that they continue exhibiting this good shot selection that they have so far. They've lost wickets at regular intervals. That's good batting again, just getting down to the other end is Saka. With skipper Mehedi, he's been good with the bat throughout this series. Even in the test matches, he's been up for the fight. He's been epitomizing that Bangladeshi spirit. And they'll be happy with his 42 or 46. He's scoring at a good rate. Not allowing too many dot balls so far. Keep an eye on that dot ball count for Bangladesh. 16.3 overs. They've already faced 66 dots. It's been an issue which has been plaguing them throughout this series.
And what that first shot, beginning of the over, has done for Shomon now, mid-on has moved back to long on, so there's another option to score. Sometimes it just takes one shot to impose that doubt on a captain's mind. So now Shai Hope for him has the 4 outside the circle, and he can have another area where he can get off strike. Good from Chase, 87 for 2. Moves on to 44, and this new innovation of him batting at number 4, Mali, under Phil Simmons, has worked out well for Bangladesh. I'm really interested to see how they then structure him in and factor him in when the likes of a Ridoy come back in, because Ridoy has batted 4, 5, 6 for this team. Shanto, we know, very good in this format. In the V again from Shoma Sharkar. He's grown in confidence and authority in this innings.
Yeah, right in his natural swinging arc there. Once again, another calculated risk from Saka in the slot. Just a bit too full from Moti Actually just advancing slightly to get to the pitch of that one. Short boundaries. How often have you heard about these short, straight boundaries? But he's really taking a liking to them. Into the 40s now.
Hasn't got this one though. Amir Jangoo down at long on. Another chance missed for the West Indies.
Love to see that one again. Not making the same contact. There was Sumya. And there was Jangoo. Actually just totally misjudging that one. Got there in the end. Didn't get a hand to it. That should have been a wicket. Not sure if he just lost it in the sun. He's got the sunnies on. But that should have been a wicket to Moti there for sure.
Down.
Good for Moti though. Big change of pace. Close to 9 kilometers difference in the one that Sharkar hit for 6, and then much slower in the chance created.
Wondering why he didn't at least attempt to go for that one, especially on these short straight boundaries. Just seemed to lose that one in the sun. Just there, good batting once again, low risk. Another single, end of that Moti over. Chance goes down, Bangladesh 97 for 2.
Yes.
Bangladesh head coach Phil Simmons, who today becomes the 4th coach to coach in 400 internationals. Duncan Fletcher, Mickey Arthur, Dave Watmore, and Phil Simmons. Enjoyed an interview actually, Mali, with where they were asking Phil about the 400 games and even this job, taking the Bangladesh job at this stage of his career where he's doing franchise leagues and coaching a few franchises around the world. And he was very open in saying the hunger for him is determined by the ability to see improvement in people. He felt it was a team in transition and a team who we could see a lot of potential in. And we saw what they're capable of doing at the last World Cup when they're at their best. Historic wins, of course, against Pakistan. We saw them level the test series here in the Caribbean. He really has been all around the world, Phil Simmons. Of course, World Cup winning coach with the West Indies, a couple stints with them, Afghanistan, Ireland took them to 3 World Cups. Great resume.
Wealth of experience, not just from his playing days, but also in his coaching career. It's been everywhere, as you've said, a multitude of conditions as well. Just a bit of turn and bounce there from Chase. Just slightly angled in. Angled in. Bit of bounce as well, just going past the outside edge. Even Sumya says that's a goodie.
Can't forget Mali, Zimbabwe, where he started in 2004, and Afghanistan, when he coached them in 2017. We see Afghanistan now competing with the best in the world, but he was a big part of developing the talent they had then and taking them to the next level. 2 from the over, 99 for 2. 90-run partnership between Mahedi and Shoma Sharkar. Highest between these two. Previous best was 61 in Nelson last year.
Down, dive.
Your side.
What's been good to see from a Bangladeshi perspective, especially in this partnership, is how they've looked to put pressure on these West Indian spinners. Gudakesh Moti in particular. Look at those figures, 18 conceded already, just into his third over. Pretty expensive for him. 100 up there for Bangladesh. Once again, low risk scoring. You'll need a bit more of this. Just set that platform for the likes of Afif and Mamadullah as well, still to come. They'd be hoping to post a pretty competitive total. 300 plus here, 101 for 2 off 19.2. Just setting this up nicely now, this pair. Mahedi, 3 away from a half, and Sumyaf just 1.
Extra fielders in the circle for Mahedi. Jangoo is at an orthodox extra cover position with Brandon King, left of screen. And that is great awareness and adjustment after seeing the field. That boundary takes the captain to another half century. Second in the series. Really displays flexibility, Mahedi, with bat in hand.
And he loves that area just behind square there on the offside to both pace and spin. I'd love to see that again. Fantastic footwork from the young man, just pressing forward, using the depth of the crease to get back. Just there again, this time in front. Just a single. Good work there by Kati on that point boundary. Just there, look at that footwork, just using the depth of the crease, buying himself an extra split second of time. Another 50 for the Bangladesh captain, so he's growing from strength to strength in this new batting position.
And it will be Shoma Shakar who gets to a 13th one international 50 to go with the 300s, and since he's made his return to this side, he's shown exactly where he belongs. 107 for 2.
Yes, Sumar Saka, one of 4 players in this Bangladeshi batting lineup to have scored ODI centuries. In fact, Mahedi, skipper Mahedi as well, another. So they'll be hoping for more from this partnership. They've set it up well to this point. This one's hammered straight to the man.
Blazers come back into the attack.
A little disappointed to see not too many players running over to Blades, especially in that first spell of his. Young man on debut, under a bit of pressure, would have been feeling the nerves as well. Just a few more senior players just whispering in his ear.
More runs in that region for Mahedi. He is a master behind square on the offside.
Just saw skipper Hope there, just signal to his young charge. Just a bit too wide, tighter line. Just allowing a free hit outside the off stump, short and wide. We know Mahedi loves that area. Anything behind point to that third man area, his strong area. Another maximum there, so Blades, young Blades, under pressure once again here.
This time, the other side of the field. They're putting the pressure on last couple of overs, Bangladesh.
Yeah, that one was a Real poor delivery that from the young man. Angled down the leg side. Something we've seen Mahedi do. He's looked to take on these short balls, even in the test matches. Wore a few on the body as well, but here, poorly lined down the leg side. Just needed to get inside it slightly, and did. That man at fine leg had no chance. So pressure on Blades here early. He's already gone for 2 boundaries.
This will be the next area of learning for Jediah Blades, because he's known for his ability to swing the new ball back in. But when you come back to bowl in your second and third spells and guys are going at you, as we see this 66-meter hit, can you develop enough variations to take pace off the ball in the middle overs and use conditions in a different way than when you're looking for that lateral movement? At a length. Mahedi has been a real revelation for this Bangladesh team in all formats with bat in hand. He has come into his own, found something in his game in the last few years, and just found out his simplicity in being successful. Has had his difficulties against the short ball, but once he weathers that storm, finds other ways to score and attack you.
Yeah, he's morphing into a genuine all-rounder right before our eyes, Mahedi, with the added responsibility of being shunted up the order.
Runs continue to flow. 16 runs from the 21st over, 123 for 2.
Gudakesh Moti. West Indies would need him to be at his best in these middle overs, already going at 8 and over. They'll need him to take a couple of wickets. Otherwise, Shai Hope will need to find one of his supplementary bowlers to trundle a few overs, given that Blades has been expensive, as well as Moti so far, to be honest. Very good from Bangladesh, as I say good morning to Atar Ali Khan once again. A good foundation set in pursuit of something perhaps around the 300 or more.
And a lot will depend. Good morning, Bish. Good morning, all. Lot will depend on this pair. Bangladesh will be hoping and praying back home that one of them, if not both, one of them go on to score a big 100 here. Only the 22nd over, both looking solid, both looking good. Yes, he's been lucky, Shumar Sarkar. But what about this innings from Mehdi Hasan Miraj? He forced himself to come up the order, and he's leading from the front. He hasn't taken a back step. He's played some glorious shots, and he's given his team that hope from the top order.
Yes!
127 for 2. Partnership 118 at a runner ball from Mehdi Hassan and Shumul Shaka. Afif Mamadullah, Jakir Ali, Rashad, all available to come. Alzari Joseph with 2 for 7. Maybe called upon to return for maybe a couple of overs not too long from now. No Seals, no Graves in today's lineup. Young man from Foundation School in the UWI Cricket Club in Barbados, Jedia Blades. Tough beginning for him. He spoke growing up about almost modeling his action and looking up to Fidel Edwards, the former West Indies fast bowler with the low slingy action. Fidel, of course, right-handed. And his action was sort of straightened up by Rohan Nurse, who took him to the UWI Cricket Club and have worked on his ability. He looks up to Trent Bolt, actually, as someone who can swing the ball from off to leg to right-handers and away from the left-handers. Hard worker, and even though it's a rough beginning, it's not how you start.
But it's a good learning curve for anyone, especially on this kind of a surface, because it will be a challenge. Challenge in terms of not to let the batter score freely. It's such a good batting surface.
Since coming back into the team, as you heard from Nickel, he got that 100 in New Zealand, but hadn't gone past 50 since 2023, apart from that 100. Dropped on 0. And on 45, but is soldiering on. And really needs to, I keep saying, this surface here is deserving of another 100 by someone.
Yeah, when he came to scene, he's shown so much promise. Somo Sarkar. Everybody thought that Bangladesh found someone who can go on and play for a longer period of time. You talk about those chances, that was a straightforward one. Dropped and not. This was a difficult one. That was Madison Mirage, but that again misjudged at long on. Completely misjudging it, not even getting his hand to the ball. You also mentioned that 169 of 151 deliveries that he made against New Zealand, in New Zealand, top shot. And this has been the feature of his batting. Anything short and wide, he's played the uppercut beautifully.
He's played a couple of these off from Mario Shepherd earlier. Might have been a little attempted cutter, but skillfully played. He learned how to tighten up his line, how to hit a better length, top of off. It's only because of the injuries and to Matthew Ford, etc., Shamar Joseph, perhaps, that he's been drafted into the West Indies squad, so it's come a little bit earlier. And he probably would have thought. Cross seamer. Top shot. He just held his pose, Shumul Shaka, after stroking it. Beautiful.
So much potential. That's exactly what I meant. If a batter can play these kind of shots on the up. Oh, lovely. Now stay there. Stay there. Youngster watching. That's how you play an off drive. What a beautiful shot that is. And after that innings, he went without a 50 in the next 8 innings. That has been the problem. Even he had starts in Afghanistan, against Afghanistan, beg your pardon, with scores of 33, 35 and 24 and not converting it. Let's see what he does this time around. It's 139 for 2.
Members of the Leeward Islands senior women's team here for a camp in preparation for their tournament, Super 50 Cup. 2-week camp happening. I saw a young lady here the other day when we arrived for the practice sessions by the name of Bowles. Kazak Bowles. Looks a good player, good shot, outstanding shot, short straight boundaries. He looks on it, even given for the missed opportunities. Brandon King, Amir Jangoo will probably be looking on very tensely.
It just looks like that he's finding his mojo. Shommo Sarkar. Again, a beautiful shot.
Yes, the finger goes up, says Shai Hope. Shai Hope has enjoyed that. They'll review it surely. Having struck for 6. Yes, they review it.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. The on-field decision is out. I have checked the field. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on, please? Ball is close to the bat. Need to confirm through ultra edge. Just keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling flat line. Yeah, roll it up to the pad, please. Satisfied, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready. Waiting for the ball tracking, Leslie. It's coming up now. Original decision out. Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wicket sitting. Stay with your original decision. Stand by. You're on screen. Please signal.
He will be very, very disappointed after hitting that boundary, lovely looking boundary down the ground, but he has to go. Should have been on the front foot. Gone for 73. It's 145 for 3.
Afif Hussain has gotten starts in the series. Perhaps rushed it a little bit in the last game. But Moti in the wickets, and that is exactly what Shai Hope wanted.
Yeah, just have a look at that length. Credit to the bowler because he forced the batter to play off the back foot. I thought he could have easily come onto the front foot. Because look at that, that's pretty full. Error in judging the length and pays a heavy price.
And this is where Brandon King and Amir Jangoo will probably find some relief, having both missed opportunities off Somosaka. That's Moti's role, getting wickets in the middle overs, building on what Alzarri Joseph does with the new ball and what Seals did in the previous game. Economy is good, but wickets are even better. Perhaps a change of bowling from the far end. 1-4-5 for 3. Yeah, premier strike bowler is back. Quite right. Replacing Blades from the Lozak Road end. First 2 wickets went down, but Tiger was purring, not roaring. Much like my co-commentator. And then all of a sudden they find life after that partnership. I've had 2 or 3 years of it from Atar Ali Khan. Everything was about 11. 11 this, 11 that. He'd call on December 11th, 11 more days for Christmas. Peace Bishop 11. All of that every time on WhatsApp. Well, it's stopped now. Come to an end. And I can't say that I'm not displeased. My big brother here is a very naughty guy.
Can be 12 here. It was a good partnership, really good partnership. But if you look at the track record, definitely Bangladesh done really well. Yeah, not in this series. Bish, happy?
Talk to you in about 5 hours, buddy. I'm fascinated to find out what Afif Hussain can offer. He's a talented cricketer. Remember Damien Wright, who now is one of the assistant coaches for the West Indies women's team. He was involved with Bangladesh under-19 as they headed to the 2018 World Cup. And he said entering that World Cup that Afif was one of the most talented left-handed batters that he had seen. And Afif started out, I suppose, age group cricket, batting at the top of the order. Every time we see him, he's a busy player. He gets off to fast starts. He starts his innings quite briskly. Does not kick on as much as I suppose he would want to. A good away average compared to his home average. So he has no problems, it's seemingly starting in foreign conditions. I'm not saying it's going to happen today, but that's how he's built up to this point.
The problem with him that he doesn't find his spot on a consistent basis. He's playing this series after almost a year. What I mean is the one-day international. And just 30 innings. He has a best of 93, 350s. But if you want to continue, if you find the right talent, he needs to be backed up for a longer period of time. In and out is not going to help him or help team's cause. Oh, clever. Really good shot. We've seen this from earlier from Somosaka. This time, it's Afif Hussain who picks up his first boundary. 150 up on the board. 150 for 3.
Just using the pace. And the umpires will now confirm it's 4. Really incumbent on the captain now, Mehdi Hassan, to... He's shown great responsibility, but to show even more responsibility by going big. There are others who can bat around him if necessary. If he gets a good one, fair enough. But really to build on this half century, no hundreds on this tour yet for any Bangladeshi batter.
Yeah, Mehdi Hassan Miraj has already got a couple of hundreds in one international. The first one that he picked up was against India, batting low down the order, December 2022. More recently, a year back, he smashed 112 versus Afghanistan, opening the batting in the Asia Cup in Lahore 2023. In the third ODI against Afghanistan in November 2024. He also got 66, and we saw him as scoring 74 in the first one-day international. And once again, he's a feisty character. He likes to take the bowlers on. And he came into bed, remember, 9 runs and lost 2 early wickets. So he literally faced the new ball. And we mentioned earlier that he has also opened and scored 100 as an opener. So he's versatile. Deft touch. Nicely played.
Shai Hope still has to work out where he perhaps toy with a few overs, whether Blades, who's bowled 5 for 57, will get through all of his, or who can come in to bowl 1, 2, or 3 or 4 more overs while still thinking about getting wickets.
Oh, yes, boy. Over.
154 for 3. Pyrotechnics here during the ODI series, and of course in St. Vincent you'll have the West Indies drone show. First ever time at Arnos Vale. If you'll be at the ground early for the light show. 1st and 3rd T20, Sunday the 15th and Thursday 19th December. West Indies home for Christmas. A critical battle here as well, because you're probably thinking, if you're Afif and Mehdi, this is a 2-over burst, of which this is a second over from Alzari Joseph. Can you get through this? Maybe he might push for one more, maybe not. And if you're Alzari Joseph, you know how big this is to try to make another inroad. That deep third has come a lot finer for that ramp shot. Terrific. Another little snippet of the talent of Afif Hussain.
Nicely played. It was played intentionally, just opening the face of the bat. It was in the air, but there was a fielder in the deep at cover point. No chance whatsoever. Really good piece of timing. He just needs to settle down. And you rightly pointed out, this is these 2 overs, if he does bowl another over, it's crucial for both the teams. West Indies eyeing to pick up a wicket.
He batted number 4 in list day cricket for his club back at home. Prior to this series, averaged 40 away from home, only 19 at home. Played as the Khulna Tigers with Shea Hope and Evan Lewis, who would know him well. He would know them very well in the Bangladesh Premier League. Student of BKSP, Bangladesh Premier Sports Institute, who have produced players like Mushfiqur and Shakib. So an excellent history, as we mentioned, with Jediah Blades as well, who came from Foundation School, which produced guys like Jofra Archer, former West Indies seam bowler Andy Cummins, Joel Garner. Such a great legacy for these young players in the system.
Yeah, also Liton Kumar Dash from BKSP, Shub Musharkar, the number of players coming through that system, and they've always been really good. If you look at the under-19 level, 2020 you were there, in Bangladesh went on to win the under-19 World Cup. Then they've gone on to also win the under-19 Asia Cup, and this year they've gone on to defend and also going on to win the under-19 Asia Cup. Good single taken. 159 for 3.
.159 for 3. Can Bangladesh double this? Can they double this total with the batting atta that they have available? Mahedi averaging over 40 when batting at 2, 3 or 4 in the order in ODI.
I think important now for Madison Mirage to ensure that he hangs on. He bats till, try to bat till the very end, and see the other players bat around him. This pair takes me back to 2022 in Chattogram, Bangladesh struggling against Afghanistan, 45 for 6 at one stage, and then a match-winning partnership. They added 174. This pair of Madison Mirage and Afif Hussain to take their team home. So they batted together. And to do this, that something special will also be chatting in between the overs, just to remind themselves, yes, we have been involved in a long, big partnership. Can we get another one here? The foundation have been laid.
Lovely use of the feet and hitting inside out. Mahedi Hassan continues on his way, 75 to him, 166 for 3. coming down the line of leg stump to give him the opportunity to open the bat face into that vacant area, wide of long off, and confuse Moti. Yes, and we're going to have one of those part-timers now in Shilfane Rutherford.
West Indies introduce a 6 bowling option. Rutherford hasn't bowled a lot. All the touch he's been in with bat in hand. Only 2 wickets in his 1 international career. Was required to bowl when Romario Shepherd was injured in that 3rd ODI, but very good intent, a lot of intent from Bangladesh Indies middle overs. Samuel Badri alongside, good day.
Hello Nikhil, hello everyone. Yeah, after a really good start with the ball for the West Indies, such an impressive partnership between 2 of the more senior batters from Bangladesh, and just when it was looking to take things strongly in their favor, the partnership was broken, and so these 2 now must rebuild again, set that platform, continue to set the platform for someone like Mamadullah and the others to finish off strongly. They're in a good position though. Speak of 300 plus being sort of the par score here at this venue, given the conditions. Also remember, it's the 3rd game in succession being played on the same strip. So I wonder if it would slow down a little bit later on, and their spinners, Bangladesh that is, and they have another spin option today. 3 of them would come into the game a little bit more, potentially.
.136 runs between Shoma Shakar and Mahedi. Tempo he found early in his innings, Mahedi, where he was able to capitalize in the power play. It continued outside of the power play, which has not always been frequent in his one-day international batting.
And what a partnership that was. A good click as well. 129 deliveries. Saka was looking in scintillating form.
Wonder if they'll get an extra fielder in that region because he plays so many deliveries down there. Afif, 169 for 3. For Mahedi, and keep saying it, want to set up the game for that power that they have. Mamadullah, Jakir, Rishad. Romario Shepherd back into the attack. Bowled a 4 of a spell from this pavilion end. So important, really is important that they obviously build on this now for the next 21 overs, Bangladesh. But what has happened here in this innings specifically is something that they can store in their memory banks and want to repeat, especially when they get good batting surfaces. Go back to the start of the 2023 Cricket World Cup. They've only won once when they batted first in 11 attempts. The thing is, though, they're getting over 240, 240 plus totals. But as we've heard earlier, no 300 totals. And when you break down and analyze the innings specifically, it's been their middle overs batting that has let them down. They've gotten good starts, as we've seen across the series, where they go at 5.5 runs and over. At the back end, they've got the power. But what can they do in the middle overs where they've been, and that is a direct hit, that could be closer than we think. But in the middle, they've been lower in terms of where the best teams rank, at 4.5 runs and over.
Mr. Director, we have an umpire review for run out at the batting end. Can you show me the best sideline angle, please? Yeah, take it back, take it back. Now roll forward. Can you show me the split screen for this one, please? I need to confirm whether the bail is completely off from the top of the stumps. Okay. Okay, no worries. Can you show me from the other side with the zoomer as well? Okay. Yes, one more frame, one more frame, one more. Yeah, I can see that the bail is off from the top of the stumps and the bat is on the line. I'm ready to make my decision for the big screen.
Mahedi was crestfallen when he saw the first replay, and the West Indies were pleasantly surprised. Another star and no 100. Captain is gone for 77. 171 for 4. Mamadullah coming off of consecutive half centuries, and he's almost impossible to dismiss at this venue.
Yeah, brilliance from Shurfin Rutherford. The direct hit, always so important. There were subdued celebrations at that point, and then everyone returned to their respective fielding positions. He was animated briefly, but when he saw that first replay, he couldn't believe his eyes. And that's what he's talking about, direct hits, the fielding. It's so important in any format of the game. All smiles. Yeah, timely strikes by the West Indies. Every time Bangladesh seemed to get something going. And he's smiling too. Left of screen, Ryan Griffith, the fielding coach of the West Indies team. He's been around this team for a long time, trying diligently to get that aspect improving. Yeah, that shot from Mamadullah there was a little bit uncharacteristic from him. It brings about a change in field. Only his second delivery. Brandon King comes out of that slip cordon. Square leg on the boundary now for the final delivery.
171 for 4. Today is slightly ahead of that. And we always talk, Sam, about the best teams being able to treat this last 20 overs with more intensity, especially in good batting conditions.
Yeah, in times gone by, that 30-over mark was used as a barometer for the rest of the innings, doubling what you get there for the next 20. With the introduction of the field restrictions, power play 2 with only 4 fielders allowed outside up until the 40th over. It usually was the case. Every time, like I mentioned earlier, they seem to get something going. They lose a wicket and have to start over. And that's been their issue throughout this one international series.
King is under it, and King takes it. The West Indies now have struck twice in quick succession, and it's the Rutherford option that brings joy for Shai Hope.
What a series he's having, Sherfin Rutherford. We've seen his brilliance with the bat. Now he adds to that with the ball. Short delivery from him. Yeah, they're celebrating that. Unexpected, you'll think at the start of play for him to be amongst the wickets, but just look at that, a soft dismissal, really tame. Brandon King completes the catch, direct hit in the previous over, a wicket of his own now. Afif goes for 15, 171 for 5.
Jakar Ali, who together with Mamadullah put on 96 from 74 deliveries in the first ODI.
Really timid, this dismissal. The pace of Sherfin Rutherford not too high. Just amazing the way things work out for a player when they're having a good tournament. And give them the ball, they get a wicket as well. That run out too in the previous over, all on his own. He's taken the attack to the Bangladeshis.
No runs and a wicket in the over, 171 for 5. Good use of the short ball as well. Afif had been very straight in his run scoring areas. 171 for 5. Hot day here in St. Kitts, perfect for the beach. Shefford continuing. One thing that I've enjoyed watching the West Indies this year is the way the fast bowling group across formats and the personnel changes, but the way that they celebrate each other's success. We saw Joseph and Blades in discussion earlier with Zari Joseph adopting a leadership position in the last year and a half, but even just now, Seals and Shepherd in discussion before he came to bowl this over. And even though Seals isn't playing, still taking an interest in maybe how the bowling attack can be continuing to evolve. And he will be, Jaden Seals, that is part of the T20 international squad, which was announced earlier. He will play the third, or sorry, be part of the third T20I squad after Aki Hossain departs. But Shepherd, Shamar Joseph back in, Obed McCoy. And it's an exciting seam attack in the three formats who continue to try to learn and evolve together.
Yeah, those matches being played in St. Vincent, different conditions to what we see here, so it would require some level of adjustment. New personnel, Nicholas Puran, Terence Hines, a few who we saw in that recent series against England. Northman Powell, the captain, will be looking to get a series under his belt. No doubt he'll be looking to close off the year strongly. Jackie Raleigh likes to go across to the offside. We saw that during the test series to open up the one side. So bowlers generally go a little bit wider to him. There's that gully fielder as well to prevent that dab down to third.
Just one correction. The graphic told you that Shamar Joseph would be in the squad. He's still recovering from shin splint, so it will be Shamar Springer.
Oh, there we go.
Justin Graves, another all-rounder in the T20 international squad for the first time. So exciting 3 matches ahead as we continue in this CG United 1 International Series. Blue Waters drinks break. Important this, I think, as the West Indies move into 2025 and continue to play one international cricket, they're very happy with the top 6 batters and probably the top 5. They're confident in that being the top 5 as they go through to the next World Cup. But developing that 6th bowling option, we've seen Graves do it to a certain degree of success in this series. I think this Rutherford plan is an experiment that they have not given up on, and really believe he can get to a stage where he's able to give you 5 consistent overs and challenging overs every game. And you think about some of the best teams in the world, they all have one batter who can give them a few overs.
Yeah, very important. It brings about a certain level of equilibrium in your team. One day, a bowler might not be having a good day, so you want someone to pull up the slack.
Bit of aggression from Jackie Ali to get off the mark.
Yeah, quite deliberate from him, knowing that fielder was in the inner circle, so he just needed to get some level of elevation. And he will know too that they're just trying to get in a few overs, so has to be careful the way they play these Rutherford overs. They don't just want him to bowl a few without scoring too many. A former West Indies player, Keith Atherton, who hails from the small of the two islands here, Nevis, still fit and strong as ever. Always one who paid a lot of attention to his fitness. Wonderful to see him in the stands doing a lot of work with youth cricket development here. Along with others like Stuart Williams giving back in their own way, both boys and girls cricket, I understand. Played a lot of cricket in Trinidad and Tobago as well. Keith Atherton, such a wonderful servant of the game, a good human being as well.
178 for 5. Jumping, dancing, drumming, singing. Even at age 38, Mamadou still quick enough. When does he go back to Azari Joseph? This Shepherd's second over of this spell. Can he go to a quick burst of Joseph, knowing the importance of these two batters and what's to come?
Good areas for Mario Shepherd. We've spoken about the line that potentially you can use from the pavilion end with the prevailing wind. Still pretty new at the crease though, Mamadou, just 11 deliveries, so they're looking to dismiss him. So you wouldn't mind if they're a little bit more attacking, straighter lines early up. And then if he gets set, gets going, and then you can go defensive. But certainly early up in the innings, both these batters look to target their stumps, look to bowl wicket-taking deliveries.
Down the track, it's been hit well. Second boundary for Jackie Ali.
Yeah, he understands that this is a good surface and they need to keep going through these overs in order to get a challenge in total. Smashed one down the ground in the previous over. Now he goes square. Lots of acreage in that region. One fielder deep leg side in front of square.
Another 6-run over, 184 for 5. More usage of the feet. This is a powerful and dangerous combination for Bangladesh.
Yeah, they can't just allow Sherfin Rutherford to bowl these overs. They know they can't sit on him. So they're looking to take him on. Again, the advancement, this time from Mamadullah. Just one bounce for 4. So looking to target Rutherford.
This is the last over, and Zakir Ali, notice even in the test matches, when he plays that pull in the short ball, tends to take his eyes off the ball. Guess he watches it long enough to know that he's in a decent position and then tries to get maximum power. But he plays the short ball decently and scores boundaries off it.
What a record this man has at this venue. We've spoken at length about it. He really likes batting at Warner Park. 450s in 6 innings. Average. That's remarkable. It really is. That's a good strike rate as well. So he understands these conditions better than most and just knows how to score runs. We saw him earlier today just visualizing, even at his age and with his experience, looking ahead, willing things into existence.
With the way he bats, if he can be there in the 50th over, he would be close to adding another column, and that would be a hundreds column. Obviously, it's a high-risk approach he takes, so never going to be easy, but he's found a good way to marry the two, attack and defense, but also intelligence. Does he go Alzari Joseph next over? Go back to maybe Moti. Last 3 overs left. Last 3 overs have produced boundaries for Bangladesh. 188 for 5.
Romario Shepherd. Nice hand to it from Alec Afanese. stopped it from breaching the gap between himself and Moti at mid-off. It's good athleticism. Spitting of rain.
Yeah, Athanase coming into the 11 here today. A replacement for Shimron Hetmeyer in this series. He'll be looking forward to his opportunity with the bat, but here in the field, making an impact as well. It's good to see Shafane Rutherford actually impacting the game in the field with the ball. Saw him affect that run out. Took that big wicket as well.
Rain continues to just drizzle here at Warner Park. It should pass quickly. However, yes, Keith Lloyd, Thomas Atherton,
Hey, Bish.
teammate and a former roommate of mine on tours. We made the West Indies team in the same year, and of course he had 2 Test match hundreds, one in Brisbane, Australia, and then at Sabina Park in 1994. The last of those two. Supremely fit, terrific fielder, and stylish dresser. Took great pride in his attire.
Those were the days, huh?
Anytime, Keith. And loves his muscle t-shirts. Well, it was an interesting sort of development to his first Test 100 in 92-93, I think it was, in Brisbane, because I think it was Gus Logie who was the vice captain of the team, and Atherton had good form coming into the start of that Test series. I think, if I remember correctly, Gus, even though he was vice captain, said, "No, Atherton deserves to play. I will sit out so that Keith Atherton could play." That is selflessness supreme.
These are the stories you hear a lot of when you speak about the Gus Logie as well, just how valuable he was to the team and the team ethic. Always willing to sacrifice himself at times. Bit similar to a Ruston Chase here. Versatile, you know, his role changes from match to match, but got to have that mental capacity to adapt.
Of course, just a reminder that he was from the island of Nevis, which had, up until the Louis, certainly Mikhail produced so many of the international cricketers: El Comino Willett, Derek Parry, Stuart Williams, and the late Romanako Morton, the effervescent Powell, Kyron Powell. Of course, umpire Carl Tuckett, who played a couple of ODIs, whose son has gone on to play for the West Indies under 19 and is still active domestically. 193 for 5.
Yeah, Nevis, the smaller of the two islands here in this twin island state, but he punched above their weight in terms of producing international cricketers. It's Joseph back from the Lozak Road end. He's been superb today. Leading from the front, no seals in the 11. He's taken up the mantle of leader. He's been fast, hostile. We spoke about those deliveries, hitting the sticker just there. Tanzid had to go, and Litan Das, that team push outside that off stump. But Alzari Joseph, he's been spot on in his line and length, and he's reaped the rewards.
Nice placement. Mario Shepherd being assisted by Jediah Blades.
It was Mamadullah and Xhaka Ali in match 1. Had quite a substantial partnership towards the back end of the innings. They're going to need more of that here. This pair are going to have to bat the majority of these 50 overs. Remember, no Tanzim as well. He's left out today. So this batting lineup just a little shorter, so it's imperative on Mamadullah and Xhaka Ali. Partnership 25 now.
Roston just going left and right there at point, busy as ever, putting his body on the line.
Once again, just regular wickets hamstringing this Bangladesh batting lineup. Had that double strike with the score on 9. And then that partnership between Soumya Sarkar and Mahedi Miraz, 136. They would have lost 2 wickets on 171. Mahedi with that special run out. Very, very impressive bit of fielding that from Rutherford.
Moti does the fielding. He still has 3 overs available to him. And assume that he'd be back into at the bowling crease. Pretty soon you might get one more from Alzarri Joseph from that Lozak Road end. There's still one more they need to find, perhaps, unless Bangladesh are bowled out, between Blades and Shofane Rutherford. $198 for 5. Shofane Rutherford 1 for 13. Jediah Blades 5 for 57. Expensive, unfortunately. That's a different one. Moti into the attack. And he'll be hoping, will be trusting him to prize out another wicket if possible. He got Shakir Ali in the last game LBW.
Yeah, he's just gone to his trump card here. At least his spinning trump card in Moti. It's been the one that he's turned to and he's looked to pick wickets up. It's been slightly expensive today. But they'll want to take a wicket here. They sense this partnership building and can be quite threatening in nature. Especially with Mamadullah still at the crease. He's been the form batter for Bangladesh here, especially at Warner Park. Once again, Mamadullah just in the position of having to rebuild slightly. The platform was being built by that double strike. The score on 171. Mahedi to go in the fashion in which he went against the run of play. And from a West Indian perspective, we'd be happy to see a player such as Shafeen Rutherford contributing in more than one facet to the game. All three facets actually in the field with the ball. Well, this one, straight boundary in the slot. Mamadullah obliges. Big, big six, that one. I'd love to see how far that went on the Apex shot tracker. Moti under pressure again here.
It's brought up the 200 as well for Bangladesh, 205 for 5. $205 for 5. So many of these sixes threaten broadcasters in this media center historically here at Warner Park. Short, straight boundaries. A good sound on that. And again, from Shakir Ali, leg side, and not for the first time using his feet, even to the fastest bowler the West Indies have on show today.
Well, the first time we saw a bit of this was in that second test match in Jamaica. Cutter once again, pace off from Azari Joseph. Shakir Ali just using his feet, getting down to that one. That ball sat up for him. Just needed to make solid contact, and boy, has Jaka done so. Quietly unassuming type, but once again, here he is, battling away for his team. He comes in a bit low for me at number 7.
Probably argue number 6 is a touch low with Mahmudullah's form as well, given the lack of form of Liton Das. Some of the starts have a top.
That's the last ball? No. 38 points. Oh, dance, you dance. Wait.
They've seen Mali and Sir Kirtley. Antigua flag there. Good work from Shafeen Rutherford. It's a quick outfield.
It's lightning quick, just need to get it past that infield. Rutherford just seems to be having a few issues there with his shoulder. Maybe just landed a bit awkwardly on that. Had quite a chase, lightning outfield. But once again, put his body on the line. Save the couple runs there.
It's more of a line that seems to restrict him. Shakir Ali, 73% of his runs in this series have come on the leg side. But they're ahead, Bangladesh. They're ahead of where they were when they got 290 plus in that first one-day international. Here, they were 210 for 5 after 40 overs. Then, with 7 deliveries to go before the final power play comes in, they're 214 for 5. These two added 96 in a partnership at the back end of that first one-day international. 214 for 5. Partnership is 43 from 51 between Mamadullah and Jakir Ali. Moti continues. Oh, he was going to.
Bowling.
So far, halfway through this over, just a change in line almost, just a little tighter from Moti in between wicket and wicket. At pace as well, not really allowing the batter to get under it.
Doing it.
It's been expensive today. He's picked up the 1 wicket.
Call is for 2, and they hustle enough to force Casey Carty to take his eye off it at the very last moment and fumble it.
They just forced that error there from Casey Carty. Got a nice bounce as well. It was the pressure being put on by the runners, the running between the wickets. Yeah, just eking out an extra run.
Boy.
217 for 5. .217 for 5 after 40 overs. Bangladesh in their first power play overs 1 to 10 had their least productive power play in terms of dot balls, with 52% today of the 3 games. But the middle phase has been their best so far, and they'll be hoping to build on that with Ruston Chase into the attack. He'll be hoping to prize somebody out.
That's where Jack has been very good. Yeah, he's been quite leg side dominant in his play. But even when that ball's just on that off stump or outside, he just runs it down, gets off strike. Doesn't allow too much pressure to be built upon him.
Easy. Mamadullah knows that from so much success at this ground, the straight boundaries. Very seductive, and if you can get close enough to it, you can get rewarded.
Yeah, this is something that we haven't seen too much from these Bangladeshi batters, looking to take on these West Indian spinners down the ground. Just over adjusts there. Roston Chase just pulls it down a little shorter.
It's bound to happen though. When you get hit down the ground, you're obviously here at Warner Park going to go into the pitch. Good partnership, 54 from 60. Two to 5 for 5. No 300 scores for Bangladesh since the 2023 World Cup game in Pune. Last year, they looked on target to get 300 in the first ODI, but fell just short. It wasn't enough. 9 more overs to try to get to that total. Zakir Ali, we've talked about his proficiency through the onside to create his shots, not always needing to have them bowled straight at him to hit it through the onside. He will maneuver himself across his stumps and still tug it to his favorite hitting area. And it's not that he can't score through the offside, he just hasn't used it a lot on Bestow. Leg side again. Leg side with impact and effect.
Once again, that strong bottom hand of Zakir Ali coming into play. That one was hit with immense power. Brandon King back at mid-on, didn't have that far to move. He missed out there, you can tell, disappointed with that. Wide. He's gonna have to re-bowl that one. He's already into the 60s now. Still 4 overs remaining in his spell. 4 deliveries, sorry.
And versus Seam, he will still fetch some of it from outside the off stump. So can you then tactically make him change up if he's there at the back end or deeper into the back end today? If. Can you ask him then, I think they tried it against him in that first game, with wide lines, wide Yorkers, wide pace off, but get it full enough so he doesn't have length to hoik it. And he might be able to score through the offside, but you need him to answer the question.
Yours, Monty. Nice.
In the way they got Mamadullah in the previous game, Jaden Seals got him caught a deep backward point into the wind.
With how far across Zakir Ali gets to the offside to access the leg side, in order to keep it out of that hitting zone, he has to be very wide indeed, even at times off the pitch. So he's posed these problems for the West Indies. The end of that spell from Moti. 64, he's conceded. picked up 1 wicket as well. It's 2-3-3 for 5.
Get it. Come, KC. Come, KC. Boy. Come. Tingy.
Very important 8 overs coming up for both teams. This could be the difference between 275 and 300. Eight times 300 has been scored at this venue, never once been chased. We heard earlier from Ian Bishop that Bangladesh have also struggled to get to that 300 point. Good challenge this for a few West Indian bowlers who will bowl in newer roles. Guys like Chase and maybe a Blades would not be exposed a lot to the back end. Shepherd and Joseph have got 4 of the next 7. Missed his length. Very good from Mahmudullah.
Such a dangerous player, Mahmudullah. Mixing aggression with solid defense. And of course, in partnership with Jaka Ali. "69 runs so far in this partnership from 74 deliveries. They seem to bat very well together, as we have seen throughout these ODIs.
So many years Bangladesh have been looking for a finisher. And it's why they moved Mahmudullah down the order from 4 a few years ago. And now they've also got a Jakir Ali who can support him. You think about guys like Shanto and Mushfiqur Rahim coming back into the top order. Mahedi's batting well. And they're getting starts from Shomya and Tanzid. So it's a batting lineup that is coming together at, you could say, almost the right time with the Champions Trophy around the corner. But they need to piece those individuals together and try to get that collective batting performance where everyone is stepping up and contributing in different ways.
Hey, boy.
9 runs from the over, 242 for 5. Pondering and focus. Calculators will be out. Trying to figure out who bowls. Expect Chase, Shepherd, Joseph to bowl the 6 between them, and then they have to find one more, either from Rutherford or Blades. There's a deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, deep point, deep cover. 3 deep on the offside, which is hitting into the wind left of screen for the right-handed Mamadula. Does he go wide Yorker or pace off and wide? Now makes a change, sends the deep third back, brings up, long off, gives him more protection for that wider Yorker.
The most experienced of the Bangladesh players, Mahmudullah. This is his 238 ODI. Highly experienced. Served his country very well. And is still doing so at age 38.
Good execution from Shepherd. Yeah, I thought about secretly if Mamadullah could have gone up the order, and I know it's been discussed a few times. Obviously, when the senior guys come back in, you want him at finishing the innings, but very good numbers at number 4. Average over 50 at that position with a couple of hundreds. Batted last year in the West Indies series a couple of years ago. And then since then, they've moved him down the order. Jaka just seemed to be injured, balls, bats are twisted in his hand. So how is always such a fine line. You want your best guys finishing the innings, but also you want your better batters facing more deliveries. So similar to the Mahedi situation, they're going to have to figure out, Phil Simmons will have to figure out for the Champions Trophy which positions are allowing his best players to face the most deliveries. Yeah, a reminder of the squad. A couple of new faces. So Obed McCoy training with the team ahead of that series. Shamar Springer, Terrence Hines, a few newer of the individuals who have joined the team in recent times. Justin Graves had a decent CPL with the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons this year, coached by Sir Curtly Ambrose. Pummeled all the way for 6 as well.
That was a big blow. It was struck. It was struck and struck fiercely from Jaka Ali. Very flat over the boundary ropes.
Long off in place now with a deep cover and deep third.
We've seen that quite a lot during these 3 ODIs, where Jaka Ali tends to move way outside off stump, looking to pummel the ball through the leg side. But he can also play through the offside. But doing that puts off the bowlers quite a bit. You're not sure where to bowl.
These two have got a great synergy between them. 253 for 5. Yeah, 6 overs to go. So from here, they really should be getting 300, especially if these two continue to bat. 7 and over gets them to 295. 9 and over, 307. They could get 12 and over with the way these two are going. Rutherford. This is the over the West Indies trying to make up. That does have the cutters. He has that off cutter, which could be useful at this stage. Really holds his shape well when he comes across. And as you said, hits either leg side or offside. 82 meters on the Apex shot tracker.
When you move so far across the off stump, bowlers have to be thinking, should I go wider or should I go straighter? So it's always a bit of a, if you're not sure. If you go too straight, you could tug it through the onside. And if you go too wide, he can hit you through the offside. So what do you do? That is the question. Wayward. I reckon when he moves so far across off some, try to get a York in. Full and straight, of course, is a high risk delivery. Because if you don't get it right, you could go for runs.
The amazing thing about Jakir is, in the test match especially, the amount of times he came across and the West Indies went full and straight and fast. I never missed one. The margin of error becomes so minimal when he just takes that big of a step across his stumps. But clearly has perfected the skill of being able to make sure he makes contact. As well in the end, Shepard, that would have been 4.
He did well for Mario Shepard. Brought a smile to his face as well. Pushing for 2. Will they get it? No. Good call. Good call.
It's been a good over in the context of the game from Rutherford. Good changes of pace, subtle changes of pace. Hasn't conceded a boundary in the over. 1 delivery to go. Can he close it out with a deep cover, long off, and 3 deep on the leg side? Yes, he can. I'm sure he could have another one to bowl in this last 5 overs. 260 for 5. .260 for 5. Shea Hope understanding that he needs to break this partnership, which is at 89 now, run about 89. So he goes to Joseph. First time in the game he's bowling from this pavilion end. Now Zari Joseph.
Bowled very well throughout his 8 overs so far. just as I mentioned a few moments ago, Nikhil, that you got to try and get some Yorkers in. And once you can nail those Yorkers, you'll be in business.
There's that wide line to Jack here again. You really have to nail it. As we saw Shepherd miss in his previous over. You have to nail that wide line.
My only concern is that short third. If you're looking to bowl full and wide, I'm just worried about that short third. If it peels off the outside edge, it will be 4.
And so currently, that red line for Jakir Ali especially may actually, his aiming line, Alzari, may even move a bit wider than that because he's taking such a big step across the stumps.
Yes, once you do that, then that red line is no longer in effect. As long as Alzari Joseph stays inside that white line, then he's okay. No, the short third has gone back to deep third, and I really prefer to see that.
Good execution from the West Indies in these last 2 overs. Deep point, deep third for Mamadullah, so happy to go into the pitch and wide and keep him away from that boundary option. Now Jack is back on strike.
Leslie Weaver Jr., umpire. He is from Barbados. Your hometown, Nikhil. Didn't move that time. Good delivery. Was looking down at the umpire, but couldn't call that wide. Was just inside that red line.
He's thinking, he's trying other options. Very good from Joseph. Just 2 runs from the over, 262 for 5. It's the type of execution we're hoping to see in the T20 series from not only him, but the entire West Indian bowling lineup.
Let's go, Sarah! Yeah! Bring it up, bring it up!
Joseph has 1. Shepherd 1 as well, so that's 2 of the 4. Rutherford could be the trusted one with the other 2. Here he is from the lows at road end. 15 balls now without a boundary. So the West Indies, similar to that first ODI, where they conceded just 84 in the last 10 with this pair at the crease, are denying the Bangladesh batters boundaries, just 2 in the last 4 overs. as well in the end, Casey Carty, even though they'll steal an extra run.
Doing a decent job for his team. Sheriff Rutherford. Good work down there by Casey Carty. Just a little bit of a fumble. I don't think ones and twos will hurt the West Indies too much. They wouldn't mind that. It's the boundaries that could hurt them. Very good partnership. 95 stands at the moment. Both Mahmudullah and Jaka are eyeing another half century each.
Oh, Rutherford can't believe it.
Rutherford not very happy. Kuma Damasina, the umpire. Let's have a look. Touch and go.
Wow. You know, that is some shot. He waited a year before he played it. And the boundary means he gets to a 5th half century at Warner Park. He is addicted to scoring runs at this venue. Give him a St. Kitts citizenship.
Well, can't really blame Rutherford that time. It was a good delivery. Slow bouncer, and he waited and waited.
Waited on that one as well. Connected cleanly. The partnership has gone past 100. 279 for 5. So they're continuing to build, to get guys working together and collectively. Shepherd for his final over. Did he hit that into Shea Hope's glove? It was a subdued appeal. Definitely off the pad. There he is, coming across again. Shepherd nailing his Yorker. In the gap, great again, great awareness of the field. Another Bangladesh batter getting to a 50. This Shakir Ali is some prospect. Could they have found their next batting star in all 3 formats?
What a partnership between these two.
That is big. 3 deep in the leg side, which is hitting into the wind. Wow. Shepherd left that for Casey Carty, but almost got into the boundary.
Good work by Casey Carty.
Cracked. It really has been a spectacle the way these two have batted in tandem. Power from both ends.
For a split second, I thought he was going to get his first one-day international wicket. Blades, but had enough on it to take it over the boundary ropes for 6. What an innings by both Mamadullah and Jaka Ali. 133-run partnership at the moment from 111 deliveries. And they've gone past the 300 mark.
First time since that 2023 Cricket World Cup. There's still 9 deliveries left. Joseph will bowl the next over. Just commitment to that shot, knowing the small size of that straight boundary. Only takes 82 meters to clear. Last delivery seemed to be cross seam. All 4 deliveries in this over so far pace off. He has the power game. He can hit you for 6 down the ground. He can also be very delicate in his stroke play, Mamadullah.
Misdirected from Blades, and just a little tickle, and with short fine in the circle, always going to be 4. He's not having the best of debut. Already gone for 72. Last delivery of his 6th over. Not a good debut for the young man.
Just moves so much using the depth of his crease. Mamadullah makes it very difficult to bowl to. 311 for 5.
Jaka Ali, 62.
49 runs off the last 3. Let's put them well past 300 and hungry for more. 6 deliveries remaining. Deep point, deep cover, long off. Has squeezed that again and found the boundary. Highest of the 550s here at Warner Park, Mamadullah.
If the plan is to bowl full and wide, I reckon the short third can go back on the boundary and it can bring in that deep mid wicket. Because if a ball is full and wide, it will take a brilliant shot to hit you through mid wicket. Certainly don't like the idea and the kill of that short third.
I suppose, Sir Curtly, the reason the deep mid wicket is there, as we've seen from Jack Raleigh, that ability for guys to step across the stumps but still hit leg side. So you want to have that protection there. I mean, there's only 5 fielders, so somewhere is going to be an area where you can't plug. Has he hit it straight enough? Oh, you bet he has. Age 38. Age really just is a number.
What an innings he's playing. Didn't quite get it right. Alzari Joseph. Smacked down the ground hard. Three deliveries left. What can Alzari Joseph do?
These two came together in the 32nd over. They had just lost both set batters, Afif and Mahedi. The depth that they found with this pair, who have been their best ball strikers in 2024 in the last 10 overs. Five 50s for Mamadula at Warner Park. He would be hoping to take this venue everywhere he goes around the world. Just very simple in his approach, manipulating the opportunities given to him in the field, scoring some very important runs for his team. That has been the trend of his long career. Has not got this one. Rutherford has not got it either. First time ever that they've got 150 plus runs in a partnership for the 6th wicket.
Didn't get the distance. Rutherford sprinting in. What an innings from the elder statesman.
.75 against the West Indies, that average. And because Mamadou came across his stumps and came so far across, even though that was beyond the wide line, it's not wide. So we just saw his body of work, right? Like the one thing that really stands out, and I think you always know the great players from this, is runs at World Cups. Averages over 50 at Cricket World Cups, going all the way back to 2011. Brilliant execution from Joseph after the couple of boundaries. 321 for 5. They get to their biggest total since the 2023 World Cup. They've got a superb chance. 300 has never been chased here in St. Kitts. You know, one-day international. 61 come from the last 5. And it's their two powerful players who get them to 321. And work to do for Shea Hope and the West Indies.
You've seen the new ball bowlers getting a bit of a help. When you see that, you know, it's important that you pitch in the right areas. Good seam presentation, and also the moves away. Outswing going in his favor. Again, the strong breeze. And they've got to use to their advantage, the bowlers, because this is a very good, it's a belter of a track. The 300 has never been chased at this venue, Warner Park. Beautifully bowled. It floats it. It's a little bit too wide for Brandon King, but he still tried to reach for it. What a good batting display once again from Mahmudullah to ensure they get past 300. Not just 300, they put on 321. Which is also Bangladesh's highest total against West Indies in West Indies. The batters have done their job. Now it's up to the bowlers. And he's been in a very good form also, Brandon King. He got 82 of 76 in the second ODI.
The one thing that stood out about that 82 Atta is that there was the tempo. He was 30 off 32 after the power play, and then it continued throughout the middle overs where he was able to capitalize in very good batting conditions and just maintain that runnable tempo throughout the innings. No Evan Lewis today, so Anthony is stepping up. Plays Shimon Hetma in the squad. Can get him sometimes with width on offer because he likes to play away from his body. So we'll bring Shoma Shakar at slip into play. Mahmood will naturally get the ball to shape into the left-hander. Deep fine legs come a bit finer. The fielder came around, but he can't get there. Again, small distances in terms of the boundary dimensions.
Yeah, we've already seen the ball moving away from the right-hander, so this would come back into the left-hander. Just down the leg side, wrong line. Off the pads, and it's gone very fine to the boundary. Bowlers will have to bowl really well. Stop West Indies chase their target.
You can get him sometimes. He flirts with danger outside off. 5 without loss. Great to have the St. Peter's actors with us. Next generation on the stage. They've got the skill, some flexibility and athleticism. I've seen Atta Ali doing that on the beach.
50 seconds, middle, left arm round.
Which year?
Yesterday. Nasum. He's met into the attack with aggression from Brandon King.
He's so dangerous, especially early in the innings. If he's allowed to free his arms, he's going to punish you. Pick that length very quickly. There is a fielder at deep mid-wicket, but it's gone. Now the fielder comes to deep mid-wicket, a lot more squarer. Bangladesh made 3 changes and
yummy.
What is that? Down the track this time. making full use in this power play.
Yeah, it's the length. We speak about lines, but I think on this kind of a surface, length is so very crucial. If it's full, he's going down the ground, downtown. If it's short, it's towards mid-wicket area. Really good. One bounce to the fence. Good use of the feet.
Bigger, better, and 6 more. Watch out in the crowd. Brandon King is on a mission.
It's only the second over. And he's gone all guns blazing. Again, a short one, because the last one, he used his feet. So he forced the bowler to bowl a bit short, and he was anticipating that. Pulls it away. Even bigger this time for the maximum.
Both men have gone deep leg side now, deep long on, deep mid-wicket. One of those games in the Afghanistan series, he bowled a couple of overs in the power play, opening the bowling, Nasum Ahmed. Economy in this phase has been under 4 and over. Trouble, this could be trouble. Brandon King is livid. 14 from the over, but Bangladesh could potentially have a...
At the batting end. Show me the side on angle, please. Yes. Yeah, one more frame, yeah. Bails are off and the batter is well short of his ground. I'm ready to make my decision.
Quite the eventful second over, quite the eventful start. Brandon King, after a blitz, is gone. Run out. He's gone for 15. 19 for 1. Casey Carty in at number 3. Athanaze will pick up his first boundary.
Margin of error minimum on this kind of a track. Onto the pads and just a flick of the wrist. Good piece of timing to get that ball past the fielder before he dived. A big misunderstanding. Yes, no, too late, gone. That's why he was not happy, but I'm not sure whether he was listening to the non-strike. It looked like he wanted him to go back immediately. Good piece of fielding from the skipper.
Brandon King was adamant that that was a run. He said yeah, and Athene said no. this has been their problem at Wells. We've spoken at length. We spoke to Floyd Rifa yesterday about the improvements the batting have made in the middle overs. The issue for the West Indies in this year, especially the games that they lose, is their power play batting. In the matches they lost, 6 ODIs they've lost. Average is 14 per wicket with a run rate of 3.5 runs per over. 15 wickets in 6 games. It's been the issue when they bat first as well. So be hoping to put that past and try to build and solidify a platform with these two.
Casey Carty also looked good in the second one-day international, where they were not chasing a big total. 228 to win. Went on to score 45 or 47. And obviously playing on the same surface for third time will certainly give them a better feeling in terms of what this pitch offers.
Well fielded by Taskin. Initially, they're very happy to give Athenaeus width and try to use his strength as a wicket-taking option.
Yeah, very good work in the deep from Taskin Ahmed. Had to dive and timed it to perfection. Very good work. Top the boundary for sure.
$27 for 1. It begins over 6 runs and over. So the West Indies will have to show proactivity. Nasum Ahmed continuing.
They went for 14 in the first over, Nasum Ahmed. But Madison Mirage has kept him on. Economy is good, under 5 runs and an over.
Out. Bangladesh have a second. That was quick from Nasum Ahmed. Athenaeus misses, he hits.
Just before he was about to deliver the ball, you could hear Litton Kumar Das saying that he's going to see, he likes to sweep. So he's bowled a little bit fuller, but he went for that sweep. Have a look at this shot. It's a little bit too close. It's in the Yorker length, he misses, and it's the timber. Good piece of bowling, good piece of captaincy also to keep him on. Picks up a wicket in his second ball. That was his second over. That's why it's all smiles. Not for him. Athena has gone for 7. West Indies 28 for 2.
Captain Shea Hope walks out to the middle, averaging 73 against Bangladesh with 300s and 550s.
We will be looking forward to ensure first and foremost to hang around and make sure that these two bat for a certain period of time. And that's the dismissal. Well bowled. It's a wrong shot selection from Athanase. Just a little bit too full to play that sweep shot.
Just going to ask you, Atta, where would they have gone with Nasum, who's only bowled a handful of overs in the power play over maybe someone like Taskin with the new ball?
Well, if he can do what he has done so far, then why not? Why not see what the spinner can do, especially in the power play? It's a bit of a gamble, isn't it? You have someone like Taskin Ahmed in the ranks and you're not using him up front. But so far it's worked for Mehdi Hasan Miraj.
Two and the wicket, 29 for 2. Powerplay woes continue for the West Indies. These two have been in this position before, Shai Hope and Karthi. No Nahid Rana today, no Shoreful Islam. Extra spinner we've seen, along with Hassan Mahmood. Taskin coming back in. Definitely pad.
Important for Hassan Mahmood to target the stumps. At times he's drifted down the leg side. He just takes the pressure off. It just keeps going. Kumar Das took it nicely. Now that's the area that I'm talking about. Back of the length, top of the off stump. You know, to the pads and then to the keeper. And if you can bowl in that area on a consistent basis, then that required run rate will creep up.
That is sumptuous. He got a hand on it to prevent it from going into the boundary, but epitomizes the timing of Shai Hope.
So eye-pleasing. Pleasing on the eye, full delivery. Beautifully played. Picture perfect from Shai Hope.
Edge found and catch has been taken. This has been superb from the Tigers in the power play.
Just a touch wider and he pokes at it, and it is a really good catch from Shummo Shaka. A little bit high to the right and takes a really nice one. Yeah, just a touch wide, and that hint of movement, the outswinger, very good. Excellent in the slip from Shummo Shaka. And it is Hassan Mahmood that picks up the skipper. Shai Hope. Goes for 3. It's 31 for 3.
Sherfane Rutherford, who is in the run of his life. 5 consecutive 50-plus totals. Who finished the game for the West Indies a couple of days ago.
Traction. That's better.
Another left-hander. And a lot earlier than when he came in during the first one international. They are developing a formidable fast bowling attack, Bangladesh, across formats. Different options and good variety.
Excellent here from Hassan Mahmood, attacking the stumps, nothing down the leg side. And then he forces Shai Hope to chase that wide delivery. Very good, it was going to his right. So Mushaka hangs on to it.
Suppose these conditions with the wind and a bit of extra swing would suit Hassan Mahmood a lot. Well, test Rutherford and Casey Carty this situation. End of 5 overs, the West Indies are 32 for 3. Great place to spend your Thursday afternoon. Head into the weekend, we begin the T20 action. Had a great conversation this morning with Nick Potus talking about the culture and the environment that him and Phil Simmons and the coaching staff are trying to build, and he was very happy with the improvements that this team continue to show. Where do you see it? What position is this team in? Can they go to a Champions Trophy in a couple months' time and compete with the best in the world?
Why not? This is Bangladesh's strongest format. And if you have those players available, remember, Nazmuddin Shanto, the skipper, not available due to his injury. No Mushfiqur Rahim. No Shakib Al Hassan. Tawheed Ridai also missing out due to an injury. And what about Fiz? Mustafizur Rahman. So let's say they get them back, and it depends on their physical condition. But if they're 100%, if they're available, and if they're in the team, then I think they'll probably surprise few in that tournament. I reckon if the batting comes good, and I think the bowlers will handle them. You've got to get past 300 every time you go to bat in a one-day international. And if they can show some consistency, then watch out for the Tigers.
Almost carried.
Not to the pitch of it, he went for the drive, falling short.
That has been clobbered through a cover region that Sherfane Rutherford scores often.
They made some room and played it inside out. just going down the leg side a little bit, just down the leg side, opening up the offside, and blasts his way to the boundary. Shot. It's off the stumps.
38 for 3. Miami Express making its way across the ocean. Lifeguard might be passing it out. Checking. Hassan Mahmood. I think it'll please, as he starts with a wide, it'll please any Bangladesh fans after that Hassan Mahmood is in the team. Hasn't played any one international cricket this year, but it's been an interesting journey. Made his debut against the West Indies back in 2021, that COVID series. Then only 6 ODIs in a couple of years. Last year, though, took 22 wickets. FIFA against Ireland, played the World Cup that you were at in India. And I think they've got so many options and a good depth of talent when it comes to the fast bowling. How they use him and which conditions they use him in now will probably become pivotal while managing his workload because of the fact that he's playing the test format as well. Wow, we've seen the ball go away from the right-hander. That one may have just held its line.
Probably he was thinking the ball is going to go away, and it just snips back. Ooh, right on the top of the stumps there. That is a beautiful delivery. It's just the height. Good skills from Hassan Mahmood. Looks like they've made the right changes because out of the 3 changes they made, 2 of them are in the attack, and both have picked up wickets.
The precision has been good. It's only 7 deliveries for Casey Carty, but the precision in finding the gap and being able to get off strike has been good so far.
When you speak about a good bunch of seamers available, obviously they need to be managed and managed properly so they can have a long career. Slip comes in place. No Nahid Rana today. There was no Taskin Ahmed or Hassan Mahmood in that last one-day international here. The advantage that Bangladesh possesses at the moment, they can replace one with another as good enough. Because the bunch has been very good for Bangladesh. Not only in one-day format. They won a test match here, they won 2 test matches in Pakistan. The bowling has been excellent. That's the reason why I keep repeating myself, saying that if the batting can get in order, then trouble for the opposition.
Really curious to see who Phil Simmons and Andrew Adams think are their best 3. The extra pace of Nahid, I assume you want him. Then you have Taskin as the leader of your attack. He's excelled across the 3 formats. And who else pairs him? The Fizz, and he comes back maybe. You have Shoreful, Hassan Mahmood, you've seen with the new ball. If you've watched Casey Carty before, you know that that is a strength of his.
Yeah, 2 short on that occasion from Hassan Mahmood. And he gets on top of it. That is a very good shot. And no chance for the fielder in the third.
Even though they've lost 3 wickets, they haven't gone into a shell, the West Indies. There's been intent. They're looking to get off strike and looking to score. And then when the opportunity to score a boundary has presented itself, they've taken it. Deep third and deep fine leg still. .45 for 3. Tuscan and Bangladesh have enjoyed their experience here in the Caribbean. They've not always had the best of times. Test history at least. The one days have been good. West Indies in pursuit of 323. No surprises to see Mahedi into the attack. There's a left-hander in Sherfane Rutherford. Casey Carty's had his difficulties against off-spin. Dismissed 4 times in his career. Was dismissed by Afif Hossain in the last game.
Interesting move from Mehdi and Miraj. Gone past 100 wickets, now 110 wickets.
That is precision at its best.
This is such a good shot from Rutherford. He just played it so late. Square of the wicket. What a lovely shot this is. He knew he was in business. Once it get past the fielder, inside the circle, no one at the back. The 4 on the offside.
Now the slight drizzle has begun. We've had this throughout the day, but the wind has been so rampant that we luckily have not gone off as yet.
It's a better plan to bowl on stumps, because the moment it drifts down the leg side or the offside, it's trouble. There you go. Finally, the umpires have decided enough is enough.
And the wind direction changed a few overs ago, and it was coming, seemed to be from the north. So that could be why this rain is down, but hopefully won't be too lengthy of a break. It is blue skies above.
And this is something that Bangladesh really like to do. They like to use their spinners with the new ball. They have that opportunity today, 3rd time in succession on the same surface. So maybe a little bit more in terms of assistance for the spinners. Yeah, that fumble allows them to get 2. And that's the over. Over completed, 51 for 3. Change in bowling from the Lozak road end. Taskin Ahmed comes into the attack. He missed the 2nd ODI. So he makes a return here. Looking to add to what has gone before him. A slip and play for him. I will think about 2. Yeah, wants it. Good running from Casey Carty. Good decision. Just to remind you, viewers, then there has been no change in terms of overs. It's still a 50-over-side affair, just a 25 minutes lost. We have up to 60 minutes to play with before there's any sort of reduction or deduction. And so still have their full allocation left, the West Indies. Marley Richards alongside me. Marley, when you look at someone like Shofin Rutherford and the start that he's had to his one-day international career, very impressive. What stands out to you?
Good afternoon, Sammy B. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, Shofin Rutherford, just a player on the up now. We're seeing all the development of this man in the limited overs game. The thing that really stands out for me is just how he's a man for all seasons almost. He's a man for a crisis. Can also come in when the platform's been laid and really make teams pay towards the back end of an innings. But here it's a fantastic opportunity for him. West Indies 3 down within that first power play. It's just giving him an opportunity to take his time and assess conditions. If you remember, in that first ODI, scored his maiden ODI 100. Shots all around the ground, off the front foot, off the back foot, strong straight. He's got those fast hands on show in that 100. So yeah, he's just a player who's developing innings by innings. And another opportunity for him here to play a match-winning innings for his team.
Yeah, that's with the wind. And goes for 4. And so errant in terms of line and duly dispatched.
Yeah, once again, those fast hands on show by Shofin Rutherford. Doesn't have the biggest of foot movements. Not the biggest of strides. Just allowed that one to come in. Whipped it away for that boundary. He looks very confident. Shown that positive intent throughout this series from ball 1. It's going to take a bit of batting and a bit of thinking as well. Just how he builds this innings will be interesting to see.
Yeah, that's sort of the length that Taskin is searching for from over the wicket going across the left-hander. He's usually very strong offside, Shofin Rutherford. But early in your innings where you're most vulnerable, it's the best time to bowl those types of deliveries to him. And if you cast our minds back in that century that he scored, Mali was struck on the head a couple times. Really good aggressive short bowling from Bangladesh then, but he was able to put that behind him and still ride those tough moments. Quick single. Really good running and response. 59 for 3. Yeah, we see this every day, these ferries trekking across here, St. Kitts and Nevis. We see the massive cruise ships as well, so all different shapes and sizes. I prefer the bigger ones. All right, Mehdi will continue from the pavilion end. Look at that beauty. Different scenario here today, Mali, with 3 wickets down and the target score well over 300, so he has to get himself set. He has to start over from scratch. And not only once, twice, there was that rain interruption, so as a batter, it's always difficult to get going again. But it'll be interesting to see what effect that rain has for the spinners. That grip might be a little bit more difficult. So nice game here, beckoning.
Every time that ball goes out into the outfield, it's going to take on water. Just make that ball a little bit more difficult for Mahedi to grip. You already see a couple of players from Bangladesh, the rags out. So we'll be working hard to keep this ball as dry as possible.
Yeah, too full and too wide. Results in a couple. What the West Indians will know, Mali, is that in this outfield they can take on the boundaries quite easily. They've got the power, they've got the six hitting ability, the boundary hitting ability. And so they won't be too bothered by the required run rate and by absorbing a few dot deliveries. But once you do that, you must carry on. Much better from Kati. This time it will go for 4. So drive previously and off the back foot this time.
Yeah, no real turn for Mahedi. And we know how strong Casey Kati is through that offside. Just created a little bit of room for himself to find that gap. And that ball just sliding on slightly there. Just a bit too easy for a player of Kati's class. Mahedi would know. As we say, the margin for error on this pitch so tiny, not only for the fast bowlers, but also the spinners.
Yeah, reinforcements through the offside, a ring of 5. Finishes with a dot. First power play done, 66 for 3. Yeah, at a similar stage, 46 for 2 in Bangladesh. And that's when they had that wonderful partnership in West Indies with those 3 blobs quite early in the chase. Puts pressure on the middle order, middle lower order, lots of batting depth. They have a debutant in the middle though. And therefore the responsibility on these 2. Certainly still in the infancy of their international careers as well. In Rutherford, 12 matches for him. He has some support. The golden arrowhead. Might have felt that he missed out there. Just looking, Mali, at the dot balls for the West Indies in power play 1 in the first ODI, just about 69%. Second ODI, 63%. And the third one, 54%. So still an area for them to work on. But they've gotten a few singles every time. It has been an incremental increase for them during that period. 7 in game 1, 8 in game 2, and 11 today. So that's what you're looking for, the small gains. And every time you're looking for improvements. You want to eliminate the mistakes that you made in the past and look to improve incrementally.
Yeah, that dot ball percentage just coming down match by match, especially in that first power play. An area in which we spoke about at length, you know, especially when Lewis and King in that opening partnership tend to hit the ball quite firmly to the fielders at times. Just want to see them play with softer hands. Just like that, but not soft enough. That's what you're looking for, really. And this is something Rutherford's done very well in this series in particular. Hasn't allowed these Bangladesh bowlers to settle. He's looked to be proactive, knows his scoring areas, and as soon as that ball is in that area, he fully commits. I think there's a real player inside there in Rutherford, not just in the white ball format, possibly in red ball as well, but we'll see.
Yeah, as a reminder, they have 3 specialist spin bowling option today. Bangladesh, Nasum is in, left-hand orthodox, Mehdi, and they also have the leg spinner Rishad. So it remains to be seen how Mehdi Hassan Miraz maneuvers his bowlers, who he keeps for that final power play with just the 2 out-and-out fast bowlers. How does he rotate these guys? He will no doubt have a significant role to play. They think that the pitch has slowed down considerably and therefore brought in reinforcements in that department. Quiet over from Taskin, just the 2 from it, 68 for 3. A rare opportunity for the West Indies to register a clean sweep against Bangladesh. The last time they did that was in 2014 here in the West Indies. The last 2 bilateral series going 3-0 in favor of Bangladesh. So looking to exact some level of revenge. Bangladesh isn't going to make this easy. It would be a record chase if the West Indies were able to achieve it. We saw that in game 1. That was in itself a record, and they'll be looking to better that this time around.
The West Indies chasing down 295 in that first ODI, the highest chased here at Warner Park. As we say, history possibly beckoning again here today. Mehdi will be hoping to get through these overs as well. Into his 3rd now.
Yeah, he's really skillful, but he'll be very cognizant of not luring on the full side. Given the short straight boundaries and batters looking to target there, he'd prefer if he's a little bit shorter, particularly to the left-handed Rutherford, who will be hitting leg side into the wind. And for Casey Cart, he's a different proposition. If he's too short for him, he's hitting leg side with the wind. So very small margins here for the skipper. Wouldn't mind too much that the right-hander gets off strike. But he needs to make the adjustment now.
He's been spot on with his length since coming back here, since the resumption. Rain break. Not allowing a Rutherford or even a Carty to get under these deliveries. Just there as well, slightly into the pitch. But he's got that length spot on. Just conceded 3, 1 delivery remaining here. We know if anything is near to the slot for Shafeen Rutherford, he's gonna go.
Just like that. Can't close off the over. And that is the sort of length that he's looking for, he's waiting for. 75 for 3. Yeah, you can't afford to miss it against batters like these. Powerful players. And they're just biding their time. They know that a mistake is just around the corner. So it's a really good game of chess. Who's going to blink first? I really like this from the West Indies, giving Sherfin Rutherford the responsibility. Some teams might have been tempted to carry him down a little bit lower given the loss of early wickets. But they're saying to him, you can bat at any position, at any stage of the game. We have that confidence in you. Go and let's see how you can cope with this pressure.
Especially with the debutant as well, in Jangoo playing his first match today. Probably would have wanted to get him in a bit earlier. But with Rutherford, the man in form, just given an opportunity to just go up this order and play a different type of innings here for his team. We'll have to soak up a bit of pressure, but we also know he's got that game, that power in which to counter-attack.
Yeah, again, too full and too easy. He's very strong in that region. Good batting, though, making sure that he doesn't miss out on these boundary scoring opportunities.
Yeah, have a look at the feet here. Once again, he just keeps his footwork to a minimum. Overpitched slightly by Taskin, allowing a player of Rutherford's class to just free the hands, throw the hands at the ball. He's got a fantastic eye. Hand-eye coordination, this young man.
Yeah, still a really good pitch, Mali. Batters, some of them have missed out. Rutherford has cashed in, Mamadullah has cashed in, Mehdi cashed in on a couple occasions. You'll want to cash in again. When you're in this purple patch, you want to make it count as and stretches for as long as possible. It's already a long stretch for him.
Just got on his toes to that one. What's been quite encouraging from a Sherfin Rutherford has been the concentration levels. See there, just approaching 500 runs now in his ODI career, average of 82.67. Remember, he got his maiden ODI 100 in that first match here. 113 match-winning innings. His partnership 50 or 49 now and building.
And there's always that self-realization, that learning that takes place. And for each player, when you have a good performance in that first ODI, he was 19 from 29 deliveries. And then he got to 50 from 47, and he raced to 100 of just 77 deliveries. So that understanding that you have more time than you sometimes think. And now that he has sort of a template in which to work, expect him to score a lot more runs. And at the end, the 6 from that over, 81 for 3. Required run rate just above 6.5 at the moment. In this partnership, 50 or 51. And debutant Amir Jangoo next, Chase Shepherd. So they have some depth. A wicket apiece for Mahmood and Nasum. And a change in bowling from the pavilion end. The leg spinner Richard replaces the captain. And after abort, has protection throughout the leg side, no sweeper offside, so a tight line expect from him. A really good start, and again, it's the same as for Mehedi, the length that you bowl. If you have to, you're thinking to yourself, I prefer to be a little bit shorter than a little bit fuller. A quick single. We saw a run out earlier in the innings. Brandon King. And this time, Carty responds, and they go through quite easily.
Yeah, it was actually Shafin Rutherford that effected that run out of a Mehedi in that first innings that looked to have changed the game for Bangladesh before that partnership between Mamadullah. But here he is again. Miraz. Good running there between the West Indian pair. And this pair in the left-handed Rutherford, right-handed Carty, they make for a good partnership in terms of their varying styles of play. Maybe Rutherford more power, Carty more precision. This one just past the man at extra cover. It was aerial for a bit of time. Looks like Afif there in that extra cover region. It was hit sweetly. It was hit sweetly indeed. But it was in the air, looking to access the offside, staying a bit leg side-ish. I don't know, I think that could have been taken or should have been taken. Looked to have just mistimed the jump slightly.
Yeah, definitely a chance to Afif that delivery, a couple deliveries ago rather. Yep, maybe got to him quicker than he expected. It was timed well by Casey Carty, and that's perhaps what saved him.
Sammy B, I know if you were bowling, you'd be disappointed if that went down. Definitely. Seemed to mistime the jump. It was hit, timed well, but at this level, you expect those to be taken.
A good length, good end to the over. 86 for 3. Yeah, not to the pitch of the delivery, so he hit it on the up. Look at him go up. Yeah, through his hands before it could close. And that's an indication that it went to him much quicker than he thought. And to add insult to injury, went away for 4.
Actually spoiled a pretty good over from Rishad there. Could have possibly picked up a wicket. Yeah, that 4-bit of fielding just spoiling the over slightly for Rishad Hussain. It's going to be tasking again from the Lozak Road.
This is with the wind, but fielder settles under it, and that's the wicket. That's the big wicket. Look at that reaction from Taskin. It's short. They've targeted him with that type of delivery, and they get the reward. It's a big blow here for the West Indies, the man in form.
Once again, it's Taskin Ahmed epitomizing this Bangladesh spirit. Hard length into the pitch. Swiveled on that one. How many times have we seen Rutherford play that shot? This time, not quite out the middle. Good sound catch, and look at Taskin. He is over the moon. He knows how big a wicket that is. Rutherford has to go. Perishing for 30, 86 for 4.
Yeah, the debutant Amir Jangoo makes his way out to the middle for the first time in his career at this level, alongside his good friend Casey Carty, so you might feel a little bit more comfortable with him out there. What a remarkable run of form he had in the recently concluded Super 50 Cup. and scored a century and a few half centuries to go with that. An average of close to 80. And those half centuries were significant half centuries as well. 96, 93 not out, 70 not out to go with the 111. His first ball in international cricket. Yeah, not getting the ball close to the middle of the bat, and though he was hitting with the wind, it was up in there, but didn't sail as much as he would have liked. And a good catch in the deep. You have to judge that catch. Yeah, the reaction from Taskin and everyone else, he's pointing, indicating that that's what he was looking for. Look at the reaction in the crowd. Really, Mali, an indomitable spirit from these Tigers. And never say die attitude, and that's what you want. You want that fight. 4 wickets down, Chase, Shepherd, and then the bowlers to come.
Yeah, he's been epitomizing the spirit of the tiger, Taskin Ahmed. Every time he's called upon, he runs in with intensity. No short amount of skill as well. Very accurate. Maybe not the quickest of Bangladesh bowlers, but he really makes you feel that intensity with every delivery.
Off the mark, is he? Direct hit, and he would have been gone. But his first run in international cricket, and that would be a sigh of relief for the 27-year-old. It was risky, quite nervy, but he gets there.
We saw a bit of nerves from Jediah Blades earlier, and just here, Jangoo again looking to get off the mark. Not quite a run. Jaka Ali having one stump to aim at. Jangoo nowhere in the picture. He would have been very disappointed to go in that manner on debut, but he survives. Look at that. Wouldn't have been close. Even the fans are saying, whoa, that was a dicey one, youngster.
Yeah, what a 2024 he's had. Amir Jangoo registered a double century in first-class cricket earlier this year, 218, and playing for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And then he followed up that with a sparkling Super 50 tournament. And the icing on the cake, getting his call up here for the first time. A memorable moment for him and for his family and friends back home in Trinidad. I'm sure they're glued on and they're very proud. They're swelling with pride. And this field, another opportunity maybe. You know, they come through quite easily this time. 15 overs gone, 88 for 4. Yeah, we saw in a feature with this young man about the importance of his family members in his career and his growth. He's also been able to balance his cricketing career with his education. He has a degree from the University of the West Indies. And so that is such an important part of your development, being able to have that balance. So he's shown that it is possible. And now he's living his childhood dream.
You think of the amount of players over the years that would have been lost to their studies, having to make that choice of actually focusing on academics and the sports, trying to differentiate between the two. But here it's good with the UE system and the CCC. Also offering opportunities to players who want to also continue academically and still try to develop themselves as a cricketer. He'll be happy with that. Quite confidently played from him. He's in a high pressure situation here on debut. Once again, good length this from Rishad. So he's backed up what was a pretty good first over. Think back to that chance that went through extra cover for 4. That was the only boundary. Just conceded 2 so far.
Yeah, he's done a lot of work with his spin bowling coach back in Bangladesh, Mushtaq Ahmed, to just change his pace through the air and his trajectory a little bit slower now than before. And still finding the ideal pace to get the most turn, 90 for 4.
Mehdi switched ends.
মিরাজ দুইজনই চাইতেছে এক এক করে খেলতে বড় হিট করতে দিস এখন না মানে বামাতির সময় একটা উইকেট দরকার বড় হিট করতে গেলে একটা উইকেট পড়বে উপরে থাকিস গ্যাস আসবে কিন্তু তোর কাছে উপরে থাক গ্যাপ ছোট হয়ে যাবে
Another 231 required. Comfortably tucked away for 1. Good afternoon, Sir Kirtley.
Good afternoon, Bish. Not the best start for the West Indies. Chasing a big total. 322 is what they need. Already lost 4 wickets. So at this present moment, not looking so good for the West Indies. But Bangladesh will be very happy with what's going on.
Just 2 off the over, 92 for 4. Rashad Hussain. Nice, very nice. He found the gap, which was like finding a needle in a haystack between cover and extra cover.
What was good about that stroke? He waited There was a bit of spin as well. Oh dear. Overcompensating this time from Rishad Hussain. And with no fielder at fine leg, always going to be a boundary.
$100 comes up for the West Indies. Still much work to do. Roston Chase, Romario Shepherd to come. We'll be hoping that these two can acclimate themselves into a significant partnership whilst Jangoo tries to entrench himself. Carty already on 38 at nearly a run a ball.
Show.
Just gripped in the pitch a touch. 103 for 4. You think would be the target secretly? You've been sitting in dressing rooms and from a coaching perspective quite recently. What would be the advice to these two?
Partnership. That is the key word. Still got a lot of overs to go. So if they can put on a good partnership, still a very, very good surface to bat on.
Oh!
4 wickets already lost. So it is very important that these two get a good partnership.
পিছের লেন্থে করিস, বেশি মুখে হালকা একটু স্টাম্পে পিছের লেন্থে করিস। ঠিক আছে, এটা ভালো লেন্থ, ডান্ডার করে একটু পিছে পিছে টানায়।
Gets through his overs very, very quickly, Mehedi Hassan. 105 for 4. Occasionally the ball is a gripped in the surface. Time for a Blue Waters drinks break. .105 for 4. King going by the run-out route. Then Athenaeus trying to sweep Nasum. Found the stumps disturbed. Shea Hope nicked one behind off Hassan Mahmood. And Shafin Rutherford caught a deep square leg off a short ball.
Suicidal one there. There was never single on. He wasn't happy with Athenaeus, Brandon King, but there was never single there. And that was definitely too full for the sweep shot. And was castled. And the big wicket of Shea Hope, the skipper. Just fending at it. Probably should have left it. And Rutherford was looking dangerous. Held out at the backward square of Taskin. That's another big wicket. He's an informed player.
Wickets for Hassan Mahmood, Nasum, Taskin so far. As you saw, the other one was the run out of King. The asking rate now is just touch 7 and over required for the West Indies. Nasum is back into the attack. Ball pretty straight. In his first spell, attacked the stumps quite a lot to left and right-hander.
It's going to be very important that these two, Carty and Jangoo, at least bat up until maybe 35 overs and then see where they are and take it from there. When Bangladesh batted, there were two significant partnerships, one of 136 and one of 150. That made the difference with them getting to 321. So partnership now is of utmost importance.
আসবে, একটু ঘুরানোর চেষ্টা কর।
Nassim Ahmed debuted in ODIs against the West Indies out here in 2022. And created a reputation for himself of bowling very straight. 109 for 4. Just a confirmation of Nassim today in 63% of deliveries hitting the stumps. Nice use of the feet. And if you can challenge these straight boundaries here, you don't always have to hit them perfectly.
Into the wind as well. Got the height, got the distance. Well played by Casey Carty. Little bit of a discussion now. Three fielders have converged. Sorry, make that 4.
See some guys not hit it absolutely perfectly. I'm not saying that's what happened with Carty there. He nailed that. But the other side of it, sometimes these short straight boundaries are so seductive. Guys try to create something that isn't there, and you often see them holding out. Nice. Nice touch. This is a very fluent knock from Casey Carty. A half century to him. Getting starts in this series and now getting past 50. He's highest against Bangladesh, and he'll be hoping to kick on even further in what are still good batting conditions.
Good half century for him. 49 deliveries. And of course, job isn't over. Well, what's going on there? That should have been an easy single from my vantage point. Amir Jangoo was caught napping.
Caught ball watching. It was Carty's call. This time, easily taken. 5th half century for Casey Carty. In addition to that 100 against England a few weeks ago in Barbados.
Still a long, long way to go. We would want to double that score he's got on the board.
.122 for 4.
দুইটা কভার চাই আপনি পিছে যা
Nasum Ahmed. Oh, lovely touch. That is so silky. It tells you how quick this outfield here at Warner Park is as well. Just using the pace.
Not all brute force. That was delicately done. Just open the face, using the pace. And that's all it took.
এরকম বল করলে একটা ডট হবে তোর কাছে বেশি কিছু লাগবে না ওভারে পাস দে সমস্যা নাই
On the stumps again. And when he had the opportunity to come down the track to use his feet against Mehedi. Doesn't have to be a big hit here. He's looked busy today, Casey Carty. He really has looked, even when he's backing up, full of energy and intensity, as you should. Deflecting the ball nicely, picking up his boundaries. And we've talked about his improved strike rate this year. It continues in this innings.
The running with these two have been good. One or two streaky ones as well, but generally it's been good running.
As long as it lasts, I love the way that the wrists are being broken and the back face closing and opening. 1-2-9 for 4. And what do I mean by that? Oftentimes you find some of the players in the West going with hard hands and presenting the face of the bat firmly, striking the ball to players. But just being able to close the face of the bat, that's perfect there on contact, allowing the ball to slide behind square, and then if it's outside the off stump, opening the face of the bat, deflecting a big part of this game. Hassan's back. Remove Shea Hope. Always liked fast bowling, he said, ever since he was young. Taskin's back on the field as well.
As long as he's prepared to work hard, then that's not a problem. We know how hard fast bowling is, very demanding, takes a lot out of your body.
Like most of the best fast bowlers would do. He's got a lovely wrist that flicks down behind the ball. He will swing the new ball away from the right-handers, occasionally use the scramble seam, three-quarter seam. Very good fielding by Iman. It's a good save of a couple of runs.
Did well. and had the awareness to get up off the turf quickly to get that ball into the wicket keeper.
Good, very good. Again, you can open the face and you can sort of wake the shot into gaps without banging it too firmly and get off strike.
Good partnership building for the 70s at the moment.
Wow. Shumushaka, well, there was a shout at him to throw himself at it. 50 partnership comes up at a runner ball, just under runner ball between Jangoo and Carty. Very impressive.
Had no chance. It would have been in vain, too far out of his reach. He did the right thing.
Shumushaka keeps it to 1 that time. 138 for 4. Nice innings from Casey Carty so far. Just look positive without taking extreme risks, but he knows that in order to try to chase this, he needs to go on. Of course, Nasim Ahmed mentioned that he made his debut against the West Indies out here last tour 2022 at Providence. Didn't play for an entire year after the 2023 World Cup. Came back against Afghanistan, picked up 3 for 28 and made some useful runs. Square leg was going the wrong way. They'll go back for 2. This must be some moment secretly for Amir Jangoo. St. Anthony's college boy in Trinidad after coming through Queen's Park from the age of 6 to Merry Boys, then going on to be vice captain at Fatima College. Same school as Brian Lara, whom he admired, him and his dad growing up. Lovely shot. The fullness of length allowed him to play it with such a plumb. You'll remember your first boundary in international cricket.
Brought a smile to his face. Also Katie Carty's. It was well struck in the arc and the positive intent not to miss out. Very well played.
The reason I talked about him, you were at the Jamaica Talawas when they were still in business, when you all won the tournament, the CPL. Jangoo was there. He also played for the Leeward Islands.
Yes, he was with us. Easy guy to get along with. Willing to learn. You could see from time to time picking Shiv's brain, being left-hander as well. 146 for 4.
To Amir Jangoo, Kati on 66, Hassan Mahmood looking for an opportunity for this breakthrough. Deep square leg, long leg, deep third and a sweeper on the offside. That's secretly you were saying that he's always eager to learn. That's what I'm hearing from guys like Riyad Emirates who have worked with him, from Jaden Seals, from one or two of us who say he's a team man. He will do whatever the team requires. He's open to learning, and the evolution of his game. Bonds Road in St. James was close to where I live in the West Trinidad. This comes across as a student. I suppose he went to two really good colleges, St. Anthony's College and Fatima College. Sumo Shaka is tracking it, he's tracking it, he won't get there. Did well to pull it back and keep it to 2.
I am not sure if that is required, if that is necessary from Casey Kati. Good work. That's brilliant work. Kati is a set batter. Shumia Saka, the fielder. That is certainly not necessary, Bish. You got to press on.
Agreed. Long on, push back. The thing about Jangoo, he would have kept wicket when he initially got into the Trinidad and Tobago first class team, having played for CCC, etc. And he would keep when Dinesh Ramdin was at the end of his career. Dinesh Ramdin would be in the field, but when Joshua Da Silva came along, Joshua Da Silva would acquire the gloves. And he is someone that can don the gloves for you as well. Of course, you know all of this, having had him under your tutelage.
One thing I can say is very, very coachable. If he plays or he doesn't play, his attitude remains the same. There's not been one players who are not in the final 11 and attitude is different. With Jangoo, always the same.
Slow ball, that single brought up 154 the West Indies. Taskin Ahmed, you think will come back and bowl a few overs. Curtly Ambrose will be out there in a while, emulating what those little kids are doing there. One of them threatening to dig up the pitch when he's finished.
Well, I've already put in my time doing that.
Bangladesh probing, trying to find a way to break this partnership, which is 64 to run a ball. Mention Taskin available. No, please, no. Nobody's going over that. Seriously? All right, health and safety report to Warner Park. I think he's got something on the tip.
Not so sure if that is acceptable.
Kids won't be doing that though. Halfway mark of the innings, 150 for 4.
Yeah, the palm. It's on the badge of the West Indies crest. Such a iconic statement she's making there. Full support. And look at that stroke from Casey Carty. He's just growing in confidence inside out. Moves on to 73. Timing and placement. Hello, Atta Ali Khan.
Hello, Samuel Badwi. Hello, everybody. What a wonderful shot. Inside out. Now this partnership looking good for West Indies.
Huge shout. Not interested, umpire Leslie Reefer Jr. There would be a little discussion. Bowlers always think they're out, and Mehdi takes the review.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. The on-field decision is not out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on, please? There appears to be no bat involved. Can I confirm with Ultra Edge? Waiting for the Ultra Edge. Can you show me the front on again? Okay, okay. So go for the Ultra Edge now. Yes, keep rolling, keep rolling. Yeah, there is a gap between bat and ball and gloves as well. Satisfied, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready. Yeah, waiting for the ball tracking now, Leslie. Yeah, it's coming up now. Original decision not out. Pitch outside off. Impact in line. Wicket umpire's call. Stay with your original decision. Stand by. You're on screen. Please signal.
Yeah, disappointment for Bangladesh. Umpire's call. Quite interestingly, if he said it was out, it would have remained out. He said not out, so it remains not out. Just clipping. So important to get the umpire's decision in your favor. Almost, but not quite. So he survives, Casey Carty.
Yeah, I think a look of surprise from Medis and Miraj was after that decision was made, was when he was playing that shot, he was bending. And when it struck him on the thigh pad, he was still on the lower side. Have another look here. Look, down on his knees, shot. Signs of a bit of an aggression from the man on debut.
Yeah, authoritative from Amir Jangoo. Just use of the crease again, use of the feet to access that offside, goes the leg side of the ball. So this is brilliant batting from him. A wonderful partnership of 73 so far. And then he's showing his range leg side now. Would get a couple good running. So it was a nervy start for him. His first run almost run out, but since then he's looked good. I mentioned before that these two share a really good relationship, a good friendship. And they're looking comfortable out there. And again, 4 again. That was brilliant from Amir Jangoo. really belies his experience at this level. 165 for 4.
Yeah, no fielder in the deep, in front of the square. Easy pickings. This time he decides to go over the top. 15 in that over.
Yeah, how the emotions change in that over. That previous one, the most expensive of the innings, 15 coming from it. He almost had an opportunity for a wicket in the second delivery. Ball not hitting the stumps as much as he would have liked, and then he was punished. Nasum picked up 5 wickets in his debut appearance against the West Indies in 2022. And that's when Bangladesh won that bilateral series 3-0. Those matches played in Guyana. Those 5 wickets come in at an economy of 2.6. Different conditions here. Nothing in it at this moment in terms of the Worms. I think we're in for a treat. 156 from 143 needed. Just in the last couple overs or so, Arthur, they seem to be playing a lot more shots, aggression at almost every delivery. They think that they have the bowlers where they want them, some batting to come chase, and we know Romario Shepherd can clear this boundary with ease if given the opportunity. Moti too can contribute, Joseph. So they have depth. This game is far from over, Arthur.
Yeah, I think what West Indies would need to see from these two, since they've added now 81 of 74, is to keep batting. You don't want to lose a wicket at the stage of the game. Bangladesh 158 for 3 at this stage. They've lost one more wicket, West Indies, but this partnership settled things around, steadied the ship, and is still in the hunt. Required run rate 6.6. They're going at 6.3. This is really good.
Look at that stroke. Absolute beauty from Casey Carty. Again, erring on the full side and again targeting straight. Another 6 for him. He moves into the 80s. They're loving it.
It's a treat to watch whenever a batter goes downtown, down the ground, straight as an arrow. Beautifully played. Top shot from Casey Carty.
Yeah, as a bowler, when you know you miss your length and the batter takes you and you don't even bother to look back, you know it's only one result. And this is what the West Indies, they've done well when given those 6 hitting opportunities. They really miss out. Just the 1 century scored in this series, and what we all agree, very good batting conditions. Casey Carty now into the 80s. Can he convert? Ten runs in that one. 27 gone, 175 for 4. Yeah, we've seen some really good entertainment today from Bangladesh with the bat. Mamadullah again sparkling. Look at that view. The cloud-shrouded mountains in the background. It's really a beautiful part of the world. 147 from 138. We've been blessed with good weather. We had a 25-minute or so interruption. And this one, the other two, we've been lucky, fortunate, blessed. Tasking from the pavilion end. Misfield. An awkward bounce perhaps, but he should have gotten something behind it. And some power from Jangoo down the ground.
Yeah, probably Shumashaka thought that it's coming a little bit closer, because not sure whether to dive. And then when he does, it's a little bit too late. Taskin will not be pleased with that. As the bowling change, Nasum replaced by Taskin Ahmed. Important now for Taskin. That's what exactly we're thinking from Madison Mirage to pick up a wicket. Can he deliver?
Yeah, they need someone to break this partnership. Got wicket at crucial junctures. This one now blooming, 94 from 79. Just the 5 bowlers used by Mehdi. He has a few options available to him on the field. Afif bowled before. We saw Shumosaka. We know Mamadullah can bowl. So he has alternatives if he wants to use them.
It's just a wonderful partnership, and what it will do to someone like Amir Jangoo is to be able to get into these kind of situations, and if he can hang on and finish the game, so he'll come out with flying colors in terms of confidence, in terms of his boost to his confidence to be able to do, if he can hang on, because this partnership is certainly taking them closer and closer. They're still in the hunt. 6 wickets in hand and a lovely partnership in the middle.
Still a long way away though. 141 runs. Lots of overs remaining, 22 after this one. So you're right. They've done a good job, but it's not over. And they'll know to themselves that as batters, one of the things you strive for is to ensure that you're there when your team gets over the line. Something that Casey Carty spoke about when he got that century against England to win the series for the West Indies. Really good bowling from Taskin though. In terms of the options available though at the back end of the innings, just the 2 out and out seamers. So they may have to bowl a spinner in that final power play. No Shariful today, no Rana today, no Tanzim today.
But they do have an option if he's thinking of bringing on a seamer apart from the frontline bowlers, Shumo Sharkar.
Over.
182 for 4. No Evan Lewis today for the West Indies. Looking on there quite intently. I wonder if they're bringing in a few supporters for this one. Change in bowling from the Lozak Road end. Afif into the attack.
সরকার তুই স্টেপ পিছে থাকো হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're hearing that horn that's being blown. And I think one of the cruise ships might just be departing very soon.
খুঁজতেছে তুই একটু পিছে দাদা
I think there were 3 of them today docked in the harbor. I was down in town yesterday, and all of the shopkeepers, they're very excited about these ships coming in and bringing in the foreigners for the commerce. And spend some time on the island. Yep, they've had enough, and I'm sure they'll make a return at some point. Rhapsody of the Seas.
I like this change because I always feel that when he is in the 11, Afif Hussain should be able to bowl not just 1 or 2 overs, but maybe even more, 5 or 6 even. He started well here. Just down the leg side. He's been given us runs.
What a shot. The sound of the bat. That's disappeared. Good decision too to go with the wind. Good execution. 190 for 4.
It was in the slot. And he picked that beautifully. Didn't even bother to run because he knew the connection was right from the sweet part of the bat. He nailed that one with that 600 partnership on the board.
Yeah, what a shot this was from Amir Jangoo. Last ball of the previous over in the slot. That was grand. What does the Apex ball tracker say in terms of distance? 85 meters. Yeah, 105 the partnership now of just 90 deliveries. And that's the important thing, how quickly it has come. Just in that back thigh region. And if it misses that inner thigh pad, it's a little bit painful. But what a start to his international career. Amir Jangoo, 46 from 42 deliveries. He's taken the responsibility. He's looked quite mature. And a range of stroke play.
Came at the score of 86 for 4. West Indies were in a spot of bother. And to be able to come as a debutant at that stage of the game, that's no mean feat what he's so far done. But important for him to just keep batting. Bangladesh will feel that perhaps a wicket here, if we can somehow manage to break this partnership, get a new batter in, it might get a little bit difficult for the new batter. But both these batters have done wonderfully well.
The West Indies, they've found boundaries at regular intervals and they've rotated the strike well. In this partnership, Bangladesh haven't quite seemed to be able to bowl dot deliveries. West Indies comfortably ahead Bangladesh finished strongly though, so they'll have to do this for a lot longer. 130 still needed. That's quite a lot. Hit well in front. That was some shot from Casey Carty. Just stood on top of that one and got it in the vacant area. Brilliant batting.
Not sure if that's the right option to bowl to someone who's been batting for a while. He'll pick it up. He'll pick those short pitch delivery. And what he's done there, even better, is he's hit that in front of the square. There is a fielder at deep square leg. And deep, fine. But no chance whatsoever. It's a very good shot. A controlled pull.
Really hemorrhaging runs here, Bangladesh. Perhaps just trying to overhit that one, losing his shape. Casey Carty saw it in his zone. Eyes lit up into the 80s now. Already his highest score against this opposition. Yeah, what's the mindset? The mindset should be to take his team to victory. That's what he should be thinking. Lots of overs remaining. The job isn't done. Bangladesh still searching for the breakthrough. 197 for 4. Look at the number of persons at the top just looking out. The view from the top of the ship. Yeah, one of these days I'll find myself on a cruise.
What's stopping you?
'90s now for Carty.
He made that maiden one-day international 100 against England. And was there till the very end. And he'll be hoping that he can do the same one more time. There's still a long way to go. The moment Jangoo came into bat, he started slowly, but when he started to time it well, it just relaxes his partner, Casey Carty, who's been batting really well. Taking the pressure off his shoulder. And then not just looking to play big shots, also rotating strike, picking up the single, let the scoreboard ticking. 200 up with that single for West Indies.
Just a 1 over for Afif. Mehdi back into the attack for his 7th. Is it weighted enough to get a couple? It is. And it is a maiden one-day international half-century for amazing Amir on debut. What a moment for the young man. He showed a lot of maturity in this innings, and he can smile now. There's still a lot of work to be done, but certainly embrace the moment, bask in it, and then reset. A wonderful knock so far.
Yeah, innings with some sort of authority for sure. And as you said, it's still a long way to go. There still needs to be hungry for runs. Yes, he's picked up his first ODI 50 on debut. But he just wants to ensure that this partnership continue for a longer period of time, which will make life a little bit more easier for West Indies to chase that total. So another single. So without hitting a boundary, they pick up 7 in this over. After 31, it's 2 or 4 for 4.
फाइन लेग के ऊपर है सरकार फाइन लेग ऊपर है सरकार
Right time over. 50 seconds.
Bangladesh need a wicket. Shoma Sharkar is into the attack. Or not just yet. 7th option for Mahdi Hassan Miraz, and really he's running out of options with the asking rate now below the current run rate. Mali Richards.
Afternoon, Nick. Shoma Sharkar expects some cutters here into the pitch.
Amir Jangoo on debut, remember, batting in a different position at number 6. He showed great responsibility in the perseverance early in his innings. Now has opened up and expressed himself.
Yeah, came in a high-pressure situation on debut, playing shots around the ground. What a start it's been for this young man in his international career, but we'll be, from a West Indian perspective, we'll be hoping for more. Still a fair way to go here. It's been a good partnership, 119. One thing that stood out is how they've run between the wickets. I think this innings of Casey Carty is one for him to file away in terms of a blueprinting of the art of constructing an innings. He's shown intensity in the right areas. He's run like a whippet between the wickets.
And I'm interested to see Carty's approach. You heard Justin Graves during the test series talk about the importance of just putting what the team requires first and not getting fazed by this situation or the fact that he's in the 90s. If he continues to bat until maybe the 42nd, 45th over, he'll get 100 easily. He'll get more than 100. So far, so good. Doesn't look nervous or any change. Yeah, easy. Just easy and positive.
Yeah, what's been encouraging to see is the concentration levels of Casey Carty. And it's an area in which he can improve. Every now and again, just has a mental lapse here or there. But the energy in which he stepped to the crease today, the running between the wickets, it's just transferred throughout this team. And I think it's actually helped Jangoo in this situation. They're going to come back for 2 here. It's going to be close. In fact, the throw is a little wide. See, wicketkeeper Das there, just motioning to his fielder. There was a real run-out opportunity, but that's something this pair have done really well. Is run between the wickets. They've judged the singles, and just there, Just the right pace on this one to come back for 2. Oh, just a bit wide. If it was straighter, Jangoo would have been in trouble.
$210 for 4. West Indies 112 runs away. 18 overs remaining. All-rounders, a couple of all-rounders in Chase and Shepherd to come. Mahedi continues. Yeah, it's the shot he plays often, the sweep shot, both the reverse and conventional. And Jangoo's thinking with a square leg and fine leg up in the circle, that is an option to get a boundary. Done well to take pressure off of Casey Carty, the way he's grown in confidence and found the boundary in recent times.
Must have been good to see. You mentioned Justin Graves earlier. He was the one that would have scored 300s in that just recently concluded Super 50. Brought that form from Trinidad into the Test series. And Jangoo as well. He's just translated that form from first class or list A cricket to the international game. Very encouraging signs.
Right from when Casey Carty came in today, 19 for 1, it was evident there was precision involved in the way he was batting. He was finding the gap early, breaking his wrists to get the ball into certain areas. Positive with the running. There's the sweep. Executed well this time with nobody on the deep square leg boundary.
Yeah, it's an area in which he fancies Jangoo. Miraz just sliding down middle and leg there. Allowing Jangoo that free rein with the arms. Just needed to make solid enough contact. No one behind square on the onside. It's just done by the length there from Miraz. Just a bit fuller.
Even in that power play, there were times when Carty was finding the fielder, but what we saw is him taking 3-4 steps down the trap, looking for a run. He just looked hungry today, and sometimes he can start his innings in a very relaxed manner. He's been very good at being able to rotate the strike. And again, he's been a big part of the West Indies' improvements in the middle overs. Time for the Blue Waters drink spray. 217 for 4, the West Indies. Remember, they're in pursuit of 322. And Casey Carty leading the way on 95. Amir Jangoo on debut. Maiden half century for him. Good time as well. Mali Richards is alongside. Mali, what has impressed you about the way Casey Carty's gone about this innings?
We spoke about showing intensity in the right areas. It was Casey Carty from ball one. He was looking to be proactive. Severe and anything just slightly short there. Just using the feet to advance. The energy was up from ball one. That one down to third man showed some real deft touch. He's taken on these short boundaries as well. Partnership 131, the main partnership so far. Carty and Rutherford threatened, but it's been Carty and Jangoo ever since that wicket of Rutherford. As you said, Nikhil, maiden half century for Amir Jangoo. Strong through the offside, strong down the ground as well. Seen that slug sweep on a couple occasions. Be hoping for a bit more from him.
1 wicket each for Mahmood, Nasum Ahmed and Taskin. Nothing much else to talk about. 105 runs away the West Indies from winning the series 3-0. And Mamadullah got 84 not out today. He's been so special to watch when he's been at Warner Park. And a bit earlier, some visualization, and great to see practice becoming permanent. Being able to practice before the game, executing during the game. Excellent piece, I thought, and credit to our hard-working team downstairs. They work tirelessly to bring you new innovations like this. Age 38 and still doing it. Age is just a number.
Fantastic bit of work that by the team. All about the visualization process for Mamadullah. Seeing it before it happens.
Mid-off is up. Has he got enough on it? He hadn't, but put down by Imon. On the field as a sub.
Yeah, opportunity going down there. Substitute fielder on. And Imon didn't ever look settled under that one. Was on the move. Slightly falling over his shoulder. Did a lot of work to get there, but in the end grasped that chance. So another opportunity going down for Bangladesh. Needed to take that one.
They've got him on 95. Good judgment from Shumashakar at point. And Carty will be disappointed. Less with the milestone, more with not being able to finish the game for the West Indies.
Yeah, once again, almost his favorite shot coming back to be his downfall there. Loves staying leg side. Loves accessing the offside. That one just peeled off the outside edge. Leg spinner Rishabh. He's had 2 catches go down today. So happy with that one. He picks up his first. Casey Carty disappointingly goes just 5 short of what would have been a fantastic 100. West Indies 218 for 5.
Roston Chase. Blue Waters Drinks Break has brought dividends for Bangladesh. They've struck. Sometimes that break of play can really stem the flow. Second time Rashad has dismissed Carty in the series.
That wicket has just opened things up here for Bangladesh. New batter at the crease in Chase. It's a fantastic partnership, 132. Just there, just staying a bit leg side of that one. Leg spin of Rashad. Going away from the right-hander, just taking the outside edge. Good catch in the end. Sumasaka.
Not the first time in the series he's been dismissed trying to take on the spin and the spin of Rashad. But yeah, obviously he'll be slightly disappointed about the 100. But more importantly, that the West Indies still require 102 runs to win. And he would have wanted to be there a lot longer. Shai Hope continues to talk about it. We want to worry less about the milestones and more about guys finishing games. Even Rutherford the other day, when he got the 100, Hope said in the presentation he was still disappointed that Rutherford didn't stay there right till the end. $221 for 5. Partnership broken. This is perhaps where they maybe miss someone like a Nahid Rana. Could come and give a couple overs, 2 in the middle with that extra pace, new batter in. But managing his workload. Taskin has got 4 overs remaining. Hassan Mahmood also has 4. Chase will play the reverse and the conventional. So you've got 2 guys at the crease who both will sweep.
In these batting conditions here, still very good batting conditions. Just need to give yourself a chance early here, Austin Chase. Look to play low risk options. The single down the ground on offer.
He tends to, when the off spinner is bowling to him and the field set mainly leg side, he will try to reverse, and when the left arm spinner or leg spinner is bowling the field on the offside, he'll use the conventional. He's still learning, Casey Carty, but he will be disappointed with the dismissals. This was the first one international. Then was trying to hit against the spin against Afif, and then today trying to take on Rashad again. All 3 to spin, which he's played well. I guess it'll be about finding that right balance between attack and intelligence, given the situation of the game, given his importance, but easy to say that in hindsight.
He goes with the ramp, makes good contact, gets 4. So Chase picks up his first boundary. As you said, Nikhil plays all the sweeps, the reverse, the conventional. There, just went for the ramp. Just shows the versatile nature of a Rustin Chase. Can bat in any situation, something we spoke about earlier today. At times he's in the top order, at times he's in the middle, even into the lower order as well. You've seen him come in as low as 7 and 8. Just depends on the situation.
$228 for 5. West Indies less than 100 runs away now from that target. Remember, it would mean a 3-0 series win. Special day for Amir Jangoo. on debut here at Warner Park, a place that he holds very closely to his heart. St. Kitts. He began his journey playing for Trinidad, then played for CCC, but he said in that feature, Mali, that it was here when he came to St. Kitts and saw the professionalism that Stuart Williams operated with when he spent a couple seasons here in 2018 and 2019. It was here that he realized how serious he needed to be if he wanted to play for the West Indies. And instantly the first name he called was Casey Carty, and someone who embraced him. They spent a lot of time living together, literally a walking distance away, behind the Warner Park. Yeah, he has had a career filled with trials and tribulations, because in the same Carty, Alzari Joseph, part of that 2016 Under-19 World Cup team, he was close. He played for the Under-19 side in 2015 and didn't make the final cut. But he's a multifaceted individual. Heard about his degree earlier, double major in geography and environmental and natural resource management, along with playing cricket for the West Indies. So we will see if this is his window of opportunity and how long he can continue to be successful at the highest level.
Yeah, and what that degree would signify to me is the discipline that would be required. That's something that could go, that could translate between academics and sport, that discipline. It's been good to see, but it's important he just continues in the same vein here. 65 off 60. So look to take this as deep as possible. Conventional sweep this time from Chase. Picks up 2.
With Jangoo coming in and Justin Graves, who you've seen in the runs, you think about maybe a Shimron Hetmeyer, who's also occupied the number 6 position. We always talk about widening the pool in the fast bowling ranks, but you want to widen the pool and create competition for places throughout the team. So this is good to have guys coming in and getting runs and continuously knocking on the door. 232 for 5. Change in bowling now, so bit of pace back into the attack. Taskin. I think it's been admirable, Mali, the way that the West Indies have gone in the middle overs again today. This year, we've spoken to Floyd Rifa, who's talked about how much emphasis and focus they've put on that, on finding more boundary options when it comes to the middle overs. I mean, just a year ago, they were bottom of the pack, 7th in the world at 4 runs and over. This year, they're at 5.5. And if they can create this habit, even when they go to tougher conditions like they did in Sri Lanka earlier this year, they will be able to replicate the approach, especially with the players of spin like a Shea Hope and Carty, Rutherford, who's been good. With them occupying and batting in those middle overs, you expect them to get more rotation of strikes. So it's all a work in progress. Maybe just thinking about this. Of course, Taskin is saying, I think the time, oh no, it's not. They've gone for it in time. Asif Yaqub, over to you.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for caught behind. The on-field decision is not out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on, please? Ball is close to the bat. Need to confirm through ultra-edge. Just keep rolling, keep rolling. Just keep rolling. There, flat line when ball passing the bat. Yeah, roll forward, roll forward. Roll forward, roll forward, roll forward, roll forward. Yeah, satisfied, no bat involved. Kumar, stay with your original decision. Stand by. You're on screen.
Nothing there.
Did well to dig that one out. Good delivery there. Yorker length from Taskin, honing in on those toes on the stumps. Did well to get that front foot out the way, Ruston Chase. Maybe just a bit of reverse starting to happen here now. That one just tailing in late. See Ruston motioning, just coming in now. Maybe a bit of reverse happening. It's been dry. We've had a little rain. But conditions in the Caribbean ripe for reverse swing. He just switched the length up here. He's nailed 2 of his Yorkers.
With 89 runs to get, the mindset from these two has to be, it's us. We're not leaving it to Shepherd. We're not leaving it to anyone else. We will win the game because we know if we bat to the 50th over, they'll get the 89 runs. Chase is skilled enough against both pace and spin to be able to spend time at the crease and then go up a gear and be able to score. Asking rate is around 6.5 runs and over. 234 for 5.
Bangladesh will actually feel that they've got a pretty good chance here, even though Jangoo's played really well, 66 of 61. He's on debut. He hasn't been in this situation at this level. They'll be hoping the pressure of the situation, or they can use the pressure of the situation against the young player in this scenario. It's going to be Rishad to continue.
What a spectacular grab that is. That could have just brought this team back into the game. Outstanding from Rishad Hossain.
Just said that Bangladesh would still fancy their chances. Not sure that was the delivery. A full bonger from Rishad. Inside half from Ruston Chase. Stuck the big mitt out. And that one stuck in there, and Rishad picks up his second chase. Disappointingly goes for 12. It's 2, 3, 4 for 6.
Gudakesh Moti strides out to the middle ahead of Romario Shepherd. So the West Indies have got two left-handers at the crease. They want to just save Shepherd for a bit later on when the runs required and balls are less. But Bangladesh may have just bowled themselves back into this game with some pressure building overs ever since they've dismissed Carty, ever since that drinks break.
Yeah, their catching has let them down on a few occasions. Not there, not this time. Absolutely needed that wicket, stuck the big mitt out. He'll bowl better deliveries in the future. But this one's a big wicket nonetheless. Have a look at that. Almost down at the bottom of the bat. Inner half, down at the toe. Nowhere near the middle. Big guy is Rishad. He's got that wide wingspan. Just need to settle the nerves here slightly, Jangoo. Obviously on debut, but he's going to have to take control in this situation. Got to learn fast in international cricket. So far, he's passed the test. So far. Just a bit of spin there. That was a little slower from Rishad. Just a hint of turn and bounce in. But look at that. Revs on the ball. The big leg spinner.
No slip in place. Boundary for Moti.
Yeah, quite lucky to get away with that one. Looking to make room outside that off stump once again. A bit too close for the cut. But no one in that slip region runs away. So Moti is off the mark. Well, gets his first boundary.
I think that is optimistic. He's thinking. No, he's not. 240 for 6. Yeah, pitched on, but probably big inside edge and gone on to miss legs, so no concern there, but 82 to get from 12 overs.
Mehdi for his final over. Again with the win, not for the first time. We've seen Jangoo with that particular stroke. And another 6 for him. Remember, this man is on debut. What a knock it has been so far from him. Just with the angle in the slot. And he knows if he gets anything close to the middle, it's going for 6. Another one for him, 2 6s for Amir Jangoo in his knock of 72. Ball is for 2, only 1 though. So the 2 left-handers out there, Gudakesh Moti. Head from Romario Shepherd. Sensible batting is what is required on debut. Remember, Amir Jangoo, highest scores on debut for the West Indies. 148, Desmond Haynes in 1978. Jangoo, 3rd on the list. Only 9 players in the history of West Indies one-day internationals have scored 50 plus on debut. And he has an opportunity, given the score and the number of overs remaining, to join Desmond Haynes as the, until now, only Centurion. Was there something on that? 10 runs from the over still though. 250 comes up for the West Indies. Some firepower left in the sheds for the West Indies. Romario Shepherd can give it a whack. Richard now. And once the single, Amir Jangoo, Gulakish Moti, we've seen him with the bat before. This was the 6 in the previous over. Apex ball tracker. 79 meters, is it? Yep. Just short of the fielder. So Moti, the intention is quite clear from him to look to take on the wrist spinner. This time, though, we might have seen him advancing, pull the length back. Yeah, makes good connection. This time, 1 bounce for 4. And so he was huffing and puffing, and this time he gets what he was looking for.
We got this, we got this.
We are enjoying it. A little bit on leg stump and was swatted away quite convincingly by Gudakesh Moti. West Indies chipping away. 68 needed from 63 deliveries. 4 wickets in hand. This could be an exciting finish.
For more, the fielder, no, just a single. The fielder was well in control of that one. But it's good batting in this partnership, 21 from 15. Still a lot to do. He still believes. I'm sure all of the fans on both sides really would be believing. And that's 5 wides. Errant from Richard. It's really a gift to the West Indies.
Immediately dried his hands in his pants, indicating that his hands are a bit sweaty.
And with this game coming down this tight, you don't want to give any sort of extras away, far less if it goes for 4 as well. It really eases the pressure on the opposition and puts you as the bowler under a lot more. $11 runs from the 40 at the second power play done, 261 for 6.
Amir Jangoo.
as we head into the final phase of the innings, final phase of the match. Just over a run a ball required, 61 from 60 deliveries, 4 wickets in hand. The very well set Amir Jangoo on debut is still there. Hassan Mahmood makes a return. Quick single, a fumble. Slower delivery, cutter. Good start to the over. I'd expect a few of those from Hassan Mahmood. The off cutter, the leg cutter to the left-hander. Lots of revs on that one. He is getting something from the surface in terms of assistance. And how does Gudakesh Moti play this, knowing that there's Romario Shepherd behind him? Pace on. So good variations from Mahmood. Members of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes women's team. Nice to see them looking on. West Indies women will be taking on India in the days to come. And of course, they'll be taking on Bangladesh in the new year as well. A little bit of repair job. Physio is on. Have a pause in play. Does this pause benefit West Indies drone show as we head to St. Vincent for the T20Is at the Arnosville Sports Complex? Be at the grounds early for the light show and then look at the T20 cricket action. It promises to be quite entertaining. Bangladesh had some good successes there during the T20 World Cup. West Indies will be looking to stamp the authority in that format. The multi-format tour, Bangladesh in the West Indies 2024 with the 2 tests, well, 1 apiece there, and then the CG United white ball series, ODIs. West Indies unassailable 2-0 lead. And then this one, and the final 3 T20Is just before Christmas. Right, ready for the resumption. Moti. Huge shout. Moti might have just gotten some bat on that. There is a little thought, consideration. I think there was bat on it though, but let's wait for confirmation from the umpire. Yeah, runs. Yeah, perhaps the back of the bat. Moti wasn't sure which direction it went. Yeah, really good. Every delivery has been a change-up from Hassan Mahmood. This is what you want to see. The sort of skills on display at this stage of the innings.
Amir Jangoo on debut. I'm sure that he won't forget this in a hurry. If he goes on to get 100, would have even been more special.
A good over from a Bangladesh perspective, and just the 4 runs from it, 265 for 6. Yeah, members of the Leeward Islands women's team. As we look at the score comparison, Bangladesh 104 in their final power play, enabling them to get up to 321. This is a crucial stage though, and this is where the game is lost or won. Taskin has 3 overs left. Hassan Mahmood has 3 overs left. And those would be 6 of the 9. You would think he has to find 3 overs somewhere in there. Rishad has a couple, the leg spinner. Good start, good aggressive start from Taskin. Gudakesh Moti Hambi, we know that he's capable with the bat, but he has to be careful of soaking up dot deliveries at a crucial stage in the innings. Two is the call. Just a single. Moti wants to give the strike back to Jangoo, who's very well set. We've seen some high skill though in the last over with the change-ups, and then so far here from Taskin, looking at those Yorker deliveries. Another one's leaving us. I'm sure those on board would have had a wonderful time, however long it was here on the island, as have we. Two this time, surely. No, just one.
Mixing it up really well. Taskin Ahmed, pace on, pace off, keeping the batters guessing. .55 runs needed. 50 deliveries left. Which way is it going to go?
Yeah, that's the thing. When you're chasing a score over 300, you just can't bat well for a short period. You have to bat well for a long period of time. And though Casey Carty got to 95 of 88 and Jangoo is batting well, there's still a lot of work left to be done. Yeah, they won't mind that. They won't mind the left-handers hitting the ball in that direction. And they won't mind the singles, 3 of them in the over. In the 5 deliveries bowl, he wouldn't be thinking singles, surely. Such a powerful striker off the ball. And at this venue, if he gets going, he can unleash some power. All right, a quiet over, last one. 5 deliveries and this one quiet. How do they finish the over? Can they close it off? What's Jangoo thinking? Another good one for Bangladesh. Jangoo retains the strike, 269 for 6. They have 60 seconds in between overs to start the next over. And they're ready to go with some change. Did have an official warning a couple overs ago, so one more and then they'll be penalized. Hassan Mahmood again. Just had a look back at the umpire, thinking that the batter moved across to the offside, but that was wide. Despite that, just 7 runs in the previous 2 overs. And he did move across, but even then, it was still wide. And that's why he looked back so quickly. Good call from the umpire. And he should be expecting those slower deliveries, those cutters across him. And then the on-pace delivery too. Yeah, throwing into the wind, so good running from those two. Yeah, that bat just sticking before the line. Wanted to slide it across. And somebody who knows all about that, Sir Curtly Ambrose, that dismissal in Australia. I'm sure you remember that one quite vividly when that bat was stuck in the crack. Ian Healy just flicked it back.
How could I forget? I've weathered the storm against McGrath and company. And figured, you know, change of bowlers. I'm going to have a go at the great Shane Warne and others who only to be run out. Stuck in a, well, you can't call it a crack. It's like a hole, really, at Perth.
Yeah, that goes over the fielder's head and all the way for 6. This Gudakesh Moti is some character. Everyone's smiling. If you're a West Indian supporter, that is.
Full toss. Clearing that front foot. Gudakesh Moti. Slapped it high and hard over long off for 6. It was a strange looking shot, young Badji, because once you clear that front foot, you're looking to talk to the onside normally. But he hit that very well.
Round the wicket now, change of angle for Mahmood. And not troubling the stumps, going down the leg side. 10 runs from the over. The required run rate under a runner ball, so quite manageable. So it requires a certain level of intelligence and sensible batting from here on end. He knew immediately. Apex ball tracker, 91 meters. So good connection from Gudakesh Moti. Yeah, that's good from Gudakesh, rotating the strike as well.
clearly drifting down the leg side. They were more optimistic than anything else. They are celebrating. Still a long way to go. Not over yet.
What a shot. What a pickup from Amir Jangoo. Finishes off the over in style. 286 for 6. Yeah, slower delivery, but the length, it was way too short. And Jangoo just needed to get anywhere close to the middle. Up into the wind, and with the wind, sails away. .36 from 42, last ball of the previous over. And dug into the surface. He watches it go. Jangoo on debut. What a knock this has been, scintillating. And that's all that's needed now. They'll have to rethink their plans to try to cut a few singles, bowl some dot deliveries, trying to get a breakthrough. And this would be a record chase at this venue if it's achieved. West Indies have successfully chased over 300 to win an ODI on 3 occasions out of 47 attempts. How far did that one go? Apex ball tracker, 79 meters, we're told. Yeah, you sit as a youngster and you dream about these moments. You dream about making your debut, representing the West Indies. You dream about performing, contributing to your team's success. I'm sure he wouldn't have dreamt this innings though, given the circumstances. Fortuitous, but he's going hard, Gudakesh Moti. And it doesn't matter how these runs come, they'll celebrate and they'll smile.
They certainly are enjoying the spectacle. The West Indies spectators. He's going hard with Keshmoti. 30 runs now needed.
Yeah, they've got useful partnerships in the West Indies. This one now with 59. But this young man, secretly, you saw him in years gone by. He's gotten an opportunity here today in the third and final ODI just to get a taste of international cricket. And look at that partnership. 29, the contribution from Moti. Bisects the two fielders to perfection. That was some precision from Jangoo. He moves into the 90s.
Coaching staff are loving it. Another short delivery from Taskin Ahmed, and was plummeled away through mid-wicket. Only 8 runs away from a well-deserved 100 for the debutant.
Well, we saw, I don't even want to say it secretly, in case Ikati falling short. on debut. Only the second man to get a one-day international turn on debut for the West Indies if he manages it. Single to end the over, 12 from it. He retains the strike, 298 for 6.
Great compliments to the ground staff for producing 3 wonderful surfaces here at Warner Park for this CG United ODI series. They've been terrific batting surfaces. Afif. Has been some knock on international debut for Amir Jangoo. Moti has played his part here as well, to no small measure. 30 of 26. Hello, Atar Ali Khan.
Hello, Bish. Hello, everybody. And remember, this partnership is worth now 66 in just 45 deliveries.
It is a dream come true. 2024 will be a year that Amir Jangoo will never forget. 100 of great skill and character on one-day international debut for the 27-year-old from St. James in Trinidad. They'll be celebrating at Queen's Park Cricket Club, Fatima College, all across Port of Spain and St. James. What a classy knock. Only the second West Indian to score an ODI 100 on ODI debut. It has been a masterclass.
And to be able to do this at this stage, remember they're chasing at 322. What a knock. Absolutely brilliant. Some outstanding hitting also. What a way to get his maiden ODI 100, and that too in his very first game on debut. And the moment he hit that, he started celebrating. That's the moment he will remember this forever. He smacked it out of the ground. It does say so much about him to be able to finish the game, to be able to stay, be patient at times, because at times there was a period scoring was difficult, but if you're patient enough, this is what you can get. What a moment.
Several things and so many things have struck me with this innings. The maturity of it to pace the innings. Yes, he had a little bit of a nudge and a little bit of fortune with this first run, but the end result is to give thanks. Just how he's paced his innings. His array of strokes. He's very rarely looked flustered. 309 for 6. Desmond Haynes in 1978 against Australia in Antigua. Amir Jangoo in 2024 at Warner Park in St. Kitts. There'll be so many people that will be celebrating with him. Those from CCC, where he started his senior journey. Merry Boys Cricket Club, Queen's Park Cricket Club, St. Anthony's College, Fatima College. Part of the Jamaica Tallawahs, Leeward Islands. It's been some journey, and it's been worth it. It's going to be a historic chase. Twice this series, if they get across the line here, the highest successful run chase here at Warner Park would have been breached in the space of 3 games if they get across with 11 required.
This pitch has certainly turned out to be a batting paradise. Bish, don't forget the fact that this has been the best of the best we've seen in terms of batting. All 3 games played on the same pitch.
6 of them off the bat of Gudakesh Moti, the all-rounder. His batting has gone from strength to strength in the last 6 months or so.
And eyeing to hit with the spin. I know he hasn't spun the ball that much, but he's gone down the wicket, just a hint of turn, and has blasted that towards the long on for the maximum. Another very good shot.
This has been fantastic. Remember, 86 for 4. King went. Alec Afanese went early. Shea Hope went early. It has been a fantastic victory, a historic win for the West Indies in this ODI here at Warner Park. The highest successful run chase in ODIs at this venue. The 3rd highest overall by the West Indies in one-day internationals. And an ODI century on debut. An innings of great class, great quality and character from that man, Amir Jangoo. The stuff of childhood dreams. And the West Indies clinch it by 4 wickets. And a win this 3-match series convincingly by the margin of 3-0. High quality from Jangoo.